Our internet problems are extreme. There's a huge amount of bandwidth pull we have because we've got 12 individual cameras around the track that are all sending a signal, and then our signal's got to go to Moscow, and then to Canada, and then back here again for lots of complicated reasons which I won't bore you with.
The car on the track isn't dependent on internet access. The car is perfectly safe and will continue to drive.
You might be good on your end, but it's affecting the SRT streams from the truck.
And I'm just terrified that the whole event is going to bust out if we don't find a way of making this work.
I'm being told from obviously our engineers there's like packet shaping on it, so it means it can't hold like high stream at a consistent speed.
So at the moment I am heading to Thruxton's main offices to try and talk them into helping us with our bandwidth problem, because they've got a ton of bandwidth here.
I'm not being bloody minded, although I know Tom would disagree in this instance.
No,
Anything that happens outside of the network, outside of when it leaves us, I have no control over that.
Moving these guys onto a fully bonded unit, and then hopefully we can use the big line for all the video streams.
Right.
Fingers crossed that'll work.
Where I'm supposed to be running a rehearsal with the presenters, I'm going backwards and forwards between these groups. I feel like banging their heads together, to be honest.
Hopefully we're there, so.
I mean, there's no doubt that Roborace is on the bleeding edge of technology and merging it with motorsport. So I think that's tricky, and I think we're learning what our requirements are. And each time we move, we're kind of becoming a bit more experienced in terms of what we need to bring as an infrastructure for ourselves.
The race will go on.
We are running about an hour late to the top of the show. Arrival Racing is the first team out the block. Their car will roll out of scrutineering, it will line up 2 meters behind the start line, and it will go.
Hello there, and a very warm welcome to the Roborace Twitch channel.
Okay, launching in 3, 2, 1.
Right, that's one lap, Alexei.
Cool, let's go.
So excited.
Last corner, guys.
Yes, boys! Yes!
That's the first,
Yes, boys!
first run from season B, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you for your contribution as well.
I'll get the car in position, we'll have a chat when we start the run, yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Right, Brucey, do your normal checks, please.
Okay, launching in 3, 2, 1.
Oh no, and the start has not gone to plan for Team Acronis SIT because the car has veered straight into the pit wall, and I'm afraid their run is probably over as soon as it started. Clearly some sort of a major issue with the AI, and the car has hit that concrete wall which many a car has come into contact with over the years.
Do you know what went wrong yet with the fact that it crashed into that wall so disastrously?
I don't know what's happened because it's too early to say. We need to take a look at the logs.
What would my conclusion be? They went hard right into the wall.
We'll leave you for now, but thank you so much for joining us, and commiserations. I'm sure you're very disappointed.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Got one run done.
Yeah, your arrival run was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've done one run better than last time.
From a brand point of view, it's not great because the car's crashed and boys are talking about sort of £70,000 worth of damage. As a TV producer, I thought it was great because like motorsport is about the unexpected, and there's nothing more unexpected than a car driving randomly immediately into the nearest wall. I think the biggest knock-on for SIT will be what happens tomorrow.
They actually crashed into the pit wall from the start.
We are surprised, but yeah, we are not promising nothing more. Let's see.
It's not the speediest of starts, but it is at least a clean start for Autonomous Racing Graz. Where's it gone? For a few moments we lose sight of the car now. No, it has stopped. Well, that's one way of avoiding the obstacles, I suppose.
It looks like they stopped.
Yeah, you've gone into a soft stop.
Okay.
They were doing really well, so it's a shame that they've kind of stopped midway through the run because it means that they don't complete their competition run. So unfortunately for Graz, that's probably a DNF for round
1. Oh, it slides onto the grass. That's not the ideal way to end the lap. MIT driverless are off, going through the right-hander at Goodwood. Something has gone wrong, and the car has drifted off course.
We've got MIT out there as well. Is there any extra competition just between you guys?
We want to kind of show up and do the best we can. And at the end of the day, we're here to win.
Our final team for the day then, round 1.1 of season beta. All they need is to bring it home in one piece.
Coming in the home stretch, right?
Horrendous time now. They're going to be second.
As they come towards the start-finish line, the total time is going to be a pretty competitive one for Carnegie Mellon University.
3 successful laps, wonderful. We're ahead of MIT, which we're always happy with.
I love that. The Americans getting super competitive.
Alexi, congratulations to you and the entire Arrival Racing team. I know how hard all of you work on this project.
Oh wow, thank you very much. There's no guarantee that the team that wins today wins tomorrow. We've seen it before where a team doesn't compete on day one and wins day two, or vice versa, so nothing's guaranteed tomorrow.
I think all the teams will be pushing tomorrow to set the time.
And we have a kind of 6-team leaderboard rather than just the 2 that we had today.
It is all to play for tomorrow.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning.
Welcome to round 2 of season beta, and hopefully we get 6 times on the board today, and we can have a full leaderboard at the end of today.
Who finished yesterday?
Yesterday, Arrival finished and CMU finished.
Congratulations. Thank you.
What a day of racing we have in store, especially based on what we saw yesterday in round 1.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
So the lap now starts, the first lap of the day for Arrival Racing. Winners of round 1.1 yesterday.
It's really bad, guys, to be honest.
Were to be someone sat in there, they'd be holding on as if their life depended on it, I think, because the speed now really starts to gather as they head towards Noble.
Guys, on the safe stop, you have iron balls.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
So out of the chicaning. Oh no, problems for Arrival Racing. The car has stopped. We're hearing that the issue was actually not something from Arrival Racing's end. It was a problem at the circuits. The clock has been paused basically, so they can have another go. Arrival Racing are really motoring along here. That car going up Woodham Hill a lot quicker than we saw it yesterday.
This is a completely unlimited run in terms of speed.
Let's cross the line.
Across the line they go. It is around about a 7:54.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Well done,
nice
guys.
session.
Our second fully timed run of the day is go. This is going to absolutely obliterate the time set by Arrival Racing, and Acronis SIT Autonomous cross the line a full minute quicker than Arrival Racing's clear time. That is astonishing stuff.
Thank you, guys. Well done. One improvement on yesterday.
That's like from 0 to hero.
Jasmina, how are you today?
Today we want to get some points, and yeah, we are there to compete, of course.
This final lap, I think, is going to be the fastest that we've seen so far. 2:09 on the final lap. That is seriously impressive stuff.
So Team ARG off the mark then, Rich, really pleased for them actually.
14 Pisa, it's a 6 minutes 50.640. That is the fastest clear time we've had today.
Federico, fourth by the finest of margins.
And as it breaks the timing beam now, it's a 6:55.447. And with fewer obstacles in there, I think that might be enough to put them into third position.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate your support. Thanks, guys. Couldn't have done it without you.
I am going to try and stir the pot here a little bit because we were speaking to MIT just before you, and they said you guys suck.
Well, they didn't do very well yesterday, so
I'm only kidding, Jimmy.
Final time they're about to come in. Anything under 7 minutes could give them third place, and I think it will be. It's 6 minutes 50, and the final lap was a 2 minutes 8. So
firstly, I'm going to confirm that you finished third there with the quickest time out of all 6 teams today, and let me tell you, 3/100th of a second over your American rivals, MIT Driverless. How does that sound?
that's always good to hear.
So much of it comes down to the humans that stand behind the robots and come up with the strategy and do the hard work and develop the code, and you guys fully deserve this. The first season beta trophy that I'm presenting to you virtually. I don't know if I email this to you or how I get it to you, but congratulations.
This event is a huge milestone, for sure. We saw all 6 teams go out and set competitive times against each other. We saw them deploying different strategies. We saw their ADS working in slightly different ways. We saw the metaverse working properly. You know, as a producer watching our commentator, Andy McEwen, who does the British GTs, I mean, he's a proper racing commentator, and I could feel and hear his excitement building through each of the teams going out. And it's like, it's because the competition is real, you know, there starts to be fractions of a second in it. This is season beta, right? This is supposed to be a development series, but these teams are not, I mean, they're developing, but they're not like, oh, well, this is just a demo of when we actually go properly racing. I mean, they're racing right now. We should take it for the win that it is. But then the last interview we did with Alexei at the end of the day, he was saying, well, we're looking forward to going wheel-to-wheel racing as soon as possible. So the teams aren't letting us sit back and have a moment to relax and congratulate ourselves. So, you know, technology is marching all the time, and we'll be there with it.
Hey guys, welcome along. We are all set to go with round 4 of the Roborace Season Beta Championship. I'm Matt Roberts, and here to take you through the action with me today is my co-host, as always, Rachel Stringer. Morning, Rach. How's it going?
Morning. Yeah, I'm doing really well, thank you. Excited, like you said, to be back for round 4 already. Again, at Bedford's Autodrome North Circuit. It's going to be great, especially after what we saw yesterday, because if you are just joining us, guys, welcome. You're about to witness the only all-electric autonomous driving series on the planet. We have 6 teams from all across the world going head-to-head in trying to create and race the fastest autonomous driving system that he possibly can do. So, Matt, they're in for a bit of a treat, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and anybody who joined us yesterday for round 3 will know that we had kind of like a typical, what we're getting used to really with Roborace, which is just the unexpected really. A bit of everything. We had a solid start from one of the teams from ARG who put together a slowish lap, but they went and picked up some solid points, making sure they got plenty of collectible from the metaverse. And then we saw a brilliant run from Acronis SIT Autonomous. That really set the standard for the day. After that, things went downhill. The next 3 teams on track all had glitches, technical problems that ended their runs prematurely. And then poor old CMU sat down there at the bottom. Well, fair to say, Rach, they didn't get their homework in on time. That's one way of putting it, I think.
Yeah, you said it, Carnegie Mellon University. At the end of the day, actually, we spoke to Chip Pankow, didn't we? Chief Competition Officer, and he, was a little bit annoyed, I'm going to say, the fact they didn't do that, and expects them to be on track today. I'm not going to say or else, I just did, I know. But yeah, that was a little bit unlucky for them. It was their fault, of course. And 2 other teams which were a bit unlucky as well was MIT Driverless and Arrival Racing. Obviously, Arrival Racing have been so dominant this season so far, been really at the top of the table. But they had some problems with some braking issues, and they tried to stop and start their car 3 times in the end, and in the end it just wasn't to be. And then MIT Driverless, if you can remember, they were in the garage and they kept getting mixed signaling problems from the Roborace car as well, which kept saying you can start, you can't start. So again, it wasn't their fault. In the end, we realized that, which, Matt, is pretty unlucky because, you know, yes, they were questioning it and saying, was it a fault of their AI driver themselves, or was it a Roborace fault? And in the end, we found out that it was a Roborace fault, which actually still doesn't mean they get any extra points. Their race is still void. They still get the out at the end of their time, don't they?
Yeah, and no doubt they feel hard. Things develop and move on, and that'll continue to be the case because obviously all the teams are sharing the one car. But rest assured, lots has been going on overnight back at Roborace HQ and also on the ground in Bedford as well. They've got new braking components on the dev board. The temperature thresholds of the battery have been reduced. Remember, that was a problem for ARG where their lap was so slow, the car cooled down, the battery cooled down, and it packed in. But thankfully, they just about finished their lap when that happened. So that's been addressed. And no doubt there's been loads of software coding going on overnight as well. So I don't think there's been much sleep going on amongst the Roborace troops over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you can cast your minds back to Thruxton a month ago, anything can happen, can't it, in 24 hours? We saw in round 1, we saw problems galore, and in round 2, all the teams seem to have, like you said, Matt, kind of worked through the night and got everything sorted. So I think we can expect something similar today. And because there are loads of points on offer, I think it's a chance for anyone to redeem themselves, because we're quite generous, aren't we, over here on Roborace? We give 500 points if you just make it to the start line, out of the garage, onto the grid. So CMU, even if they can do that, will get 500 points, then 300 points for the win and 200 points for second place.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whether CMU actually do that and just see if they can get the car out to the grid with their old software, or whether they decide, as Jimmy, the team principal, told us yesterday, they weren't planning to run at all today, but they might have had the knuckles wrapped by the headmaster, and we might see them out there after all for 500 points. But anyway, not long until those 500 points are up for grabs. The countdown clock has started, Rach, and we're all really looking forward to the first run of the day from Autonomous Racing Graz.
Yeah, we are indeed. Like you just said, Matt, not long to go now, so let's quickly run through today's 6 competing teams. From Graz in Austria, Team ARG are on the up, improving with each race and taking second place yesterday. From zero to hero, Acronis SIT came back from that shocking crash in round 1 to take their first win in round 3. University of Pisa have had a turbulent season so far, but the team is focused on moving up in the championship today. This seemingly unstoppable team was halted in round 3, but through no fault, so expect them to come back fighting today. Carnegie Mellon University failed to get on the grid yesterday. Let's see if they managed to change their fortunes for round 4. MIT Driverless have been lining out the highs and lows so far of the championship, and ones to watch as they find their stride. Those are your teams.
And for those of you who missed yesterday's racing, shame on you, first of all, but here's a quick guide to the track, the glamorous Bedford Autodrome North Circuit.
The historic market town of Bedford, 20 miles east of Northampton, is home to the Bedford Autodrome, a cutting-edge facility that holds not 1, but 4 incredible racetracks within its perimeter. For both rounds 3 and 4 of season beta, the automated driving system will be fighting it out on the challenging North Circuit, a layout that will test the team's path planning to the max. Once engaged, the DevBots will accelerate hard toward the first corner. A good line swings out wide to the right, hard on the brakes, before apexing the left-hand corner. Next up is the hairpin, and the tightest corner on track. The ADS will need to perfectly balance its speed, braking, and weight transfer to ensure it holds the correct line. The next right-hander is a double apex, requiring precision from the ADS, made harder by a nasty bump in the middle that will threaten to unsettle the car every lap. Two left-handers arrive in quick succession, tempting the teams to gather extra speed and ensure they cross the line with maximum velocity. Bedford claims to be the safest circuit in the UK, but they've not hosted a robo-race before, and we know from experience that the teams will push the cars beyond the limit.
Right, well, it's only a few moments away before our first team hits the track, so it's time to find out a little bit more about them. This is Team ARG.
Following a spectacular season alpha, Team Autonomous Racing Graz returned to the Roborace Championship for season beta. They proved themselves one of the top-tier competitors during the 2019 championship, setting very fast times at multiple racetracks and demonstrating how to achieve the best from a dev bot, regardless of wet weather or difficult conditions. With a top team and lightning-quick AI driver, Team ARG are definite favorites going into the 2020 season.
And we're joined now by Yasmina Zubaka from Team ARG over in Graz. Yasmina, it sounds like there's lots of activity going on in the background there. Hopefully it's not computers getting smashed up. We're looking forward to seeing your run very shortly.
Yeah, so we are here working on the deployment of our software on the cars. So yeah, we are a bit nervous because soon we'll start with our run. Hope, yeah, yesterday we have finished. Hope today we'll have higher velocities, of course, and to achieve much better performance.
Yeah, you made the cautious run yesterday. You had a cautious approach. You managed to pick up a lot of the collectibles, which was with the target for you yesterday. And you actually ended up with second place as well, which I don't think you would have expected. You must have been happy with that.
Yeah, of course. So we find out last night that we were the second one. So yeah, we're quite happy. Of course, we were, let's say, quite slow with the velocity, but at the end, it was a lucky day for us because I heard other teams, they didn't have so nice, let's say, runs. They stopped more times and such stuff.
So what's the plan today then, Yasmina? You're still going to kind of go for the collectibles again, but up the velocity? Have you set a cap today for the speed?
So for today, let's say we have another approach. Yesterday we found out that our planner becomes quite slower when we receive a lot of collectibles. So because yesterday there were a lot of collectibles on the racetrack. Therefore we have changed a bit our software. So like to avoid all possible obstacles, but not to get all possible collectibles, let's say, because then our planner gets really long time to proceed all of those data. So therefore today we are going with the higher speeds. So to achieve higher speeds, we don't want to have let's say long computational time, and therefore we are putting less weights on the collectibles.
Okay, so that's going to be really interesting to see. So more speed, avoid the obstacles, and get collectibles if and when you can. Yeah. That's the plan, is it? Okay,
yes,
cool.
Exactly.
All right, well, we're really looking forward to seeing how that works out for you. But congratulations on your result yesterday, Yasmina, and good luck today.
Yeah, thank you guys, and hear you later then.
See you later.
Bye.
So ARG just about ready to head out onto the track then down in Bedford. Seems like a good time to join our commentator, Andy McEwen. Andy, looking well this morning, ready for another great day's racing, hopefully in Bedford. You're not in your Bedford, are you? No, good. You're in your little booth there.
Don't believe me. If I had a choice of where I'd be right now, I think, well, you probably know where I'd rather be. Yeah, early morning, but what better reason to be up at this time than Roborace? Round 3 yesterday has really whetted my appetite for what we're going to see today. I'm hoping we'll see a bit of a repeat of what we saw at Thruxton, where, you know, the difference between day 1 and day 2 of that event was night and day. And I really hope we're going to see something similar here today. You know, the teams that had problems yesterday, I'm sure they're quite clever people, these Roborace teams, aren't they? I'm sure they've managed to solve their problems, and they'll be out there firing on all cylinders today.
Yeah, I'm going to say though, Andy, I'm sure some of the teams are hoping, I'm not going to name any, maybe I will, Arrival Racing are hoping that we don't really talk them up like we did yesterday, because I'm going to say we possibly jinxed them and did a bit of a commentator curse on them, didn't we? Which was unfortunate for them, but surely they're going to bounce back after what we've seen from that team so far.
Well, you can say that we jinxed them. I'm saying you did all of the jinxing yesterday. I had no part to play in all of that. I've been accused of putting the curse of the commentator on far too many people over the years, so I'm not claiming responsibility for this one. But yeah, I mean, we were right, I think, to expect them to do well, weren't we? It's Arrival Racing, for goodness sake. They're the team to beat in Roborace, but that's how unpredictable this sport is. You never know which teams from round to round are going to perform best, and Arrival Racing did have some problems yesterday. Problems not of their own making, but problems that resulted in a non-finish nonetheless. And yeah, they perhaps will be the team most desperate to bounce back today because people have such high expectations of them.
Well, there's the Roborace DevBot going back out onto the track. Great to see that as well after the issues yesterday. Of course, several of the teams had to use the Acronis SIT car due to some mechanical issues with the Roborace DevBot, but as you can see, it's back up and running today, and that's Team ARG heading out onto the track now, Andy. Having spoken there to Yasmina, getting a little insight on their strategy today, this is going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, isn't it just? They're coming into today, as you said, with a slightly different strategy, and a strategy that we haven't really seen any team deploy so far in season beta. We've seen teams fully try to utilise the metaverse. We've seen other teams choosing to ignore the metaverse altogether. This is kind of a halfway house, isn't it? They're going to aim to avoid the obstacles, but their ADS is not quite able to cope with quite so many collectibles. There are more collectibles on offer this week than there were at Thruxton, and that seems to be throwing them a bit. So they're going to try and avoid the obstacles. Any collectibles they happen to pick up are a bonus. But the main thing that I'm excited about here with ARG is they're going to try and go faster. They had this 50km/h speed cap that they imposed themselves yesterday just because they were testing some new software. That sounds like it's out the window today, and we're going to see ARG really go as quickly as they can.
Actually, guys, I don't think Yasmina said, I'd like to know, because obviously at the moment, he's taking that ARG DevBot around the track. I'm going to look in the corner and see if the black car, which comes around to collect Reese, is going to come and collect him. It is. Is he going to get out? This is the moment of truth. Because yesterday, if you remember, he actually sat in, didn't he, for their entire run as well.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. They were a little concerned, weren't they, as to whether the new software was going to work properly. So just as a safety precaution, they kept the safety driver in the car. That's what he's here for. But yeah, she didn't mention anything about leaving Reese in the car. So I think the hope is this will be a more standard run. Worth reminding people, though, that even though Reese was sat in the car for their 6 laps yesterday, the car was still in fully autonomous mode. So it was still a run that counted, and that's why they were able to claim that second place. But yeah, Matt, I think today he's going to jump out of that car and we'll see exactly what ARG are capable of.
Yeah, well, certainly Yasmina never actually confirmed what the plan was with respect to Reese, but as you said, looks like the steering wheel's come off and Reese is going to get out. Just one other thing I think to cover, Andy, before we properly hand over to you for the action itself. 6 laps to complete, of course, today, and we saw a new structure to those laps come in yesterday for round 3. Just run us through that again, would you?
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this this new format we're using this week. So at Thruxton, it was 3 laps that the teams had to complete. Here, because it's a shorter layout, it's double, 6 laps, and they have to complete all of those 6 laps for their run to count. But they will not have to deal with the metaverse on every lap, only every other lap. So we have 3 metaverse laps, and then we have 3 free laps. And those free laps are foot flat to the floor, virtual foot, I suppose, to the floor, and flat out, as fast as you can go. No obstacles, no collectibles, just the prime racing line, and as aggressive as you are willing to push your AI driver. Laps 1, 3, and 5 are the free laps. Laps 2, 4, and 6 are the laps where the metaverse springs into life, and that is where the AI systems really have to make some quick decisions, and that's where Yasmina was saying that perhaps we might see a slightly different strategy from the ARG team than we've seen from some other teams so far. But yeah, slightly different format for the 2 rounds here at Bedford. We didn't get to see that used in its full glory yesterday, at least by all of the teams, but certainly SIT, who are the next team that we'll see out, they were able to utilise the metaverse extremely well. And ARG, one of the reasons that they were so far off the pace is that they weren't necessarily able to score quite as highly. They hit 10 obstacles yesterday, and the obstacles, of course, they add time onto your lap, and the collectibles take time away, but even that has changed this time around. So the collectibles now only knock 1 second off your time. So if you collect 20 of those collectibles, then you save 20 seconds, but if you hit even one obstacle, that's 5 seconds added back on. So you have to get 5 collectibles to counter one obstacle hit. So that, I think, is why Yasmina has said that ARG are really avoid the obstacles more than they're worried about the collectibles, because they can do a lot more damage to your ultimate time. So
yeah,
Reese's...
That's the kind of strategy, Andy, isn't it? Later on, as the series develops, that we're looking forward to getting viewer interaction on and things like that. That is the scope that we've got in Roborace to have viewer involvement within the actual racing itself and make it even more interactive, which is going to be great. Well, I really like the term that you used there, virtual foot to the floor. It's not quite pedal to the metal, but finger to the enter key, the return key now, full throttle as we head back to Bedford, and really looking forward to this run from ARG. Andy, take it away.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yep, so Reese is out of the car. You can see him in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen in what I hope to be the position we see him in most. I'm sure he quite enjoys being out on track, but with all due respect, he got enough laps in yesterday. I'd quite like it if he spent more time in the garages than out on track today. And the car, I believe, is about ready to go. So the stopwatch at the ready. And let's see what Autonomous Racing Graz can do here in round number 4 of season beta of Roborace. Yesterday they had a very slow time because they had this 50km/h speed limit. Well, let's see, they're accelerating away off the line down to turn 1. We're already exceeding 50 kilometers now. That is excellent news as the car hits the brakes into turn number 1. So this first lap is a free lap, and this will be our first chance to see what their true pace is. The fastest individual lap times that we were seeing yesterday were somewhere around the 1:16 bracket. Both SIT and Arrival Racing were able to set lap times around 1:16. So from a standing start, you wouldn't necessarily expect Autonomous Racing Graz to be down at that sort of pace. But perhaps on their 3rd or 5th laps, their 2nd and 3rd free laps, they might be able to up the speed a little bit more. Around the hairpin they go then. Out onto the back straight. If you weren't with us yesterday, this is perhaps your first chance to have a look at the Bedford Autodrome, and we ride on board there briefly in the DevBot 2.0 as it blasts down the back straight. So looks as though they've got a 100km/h speed limit here, at least on this first lap. Now, sometimes these speed limits are more to do with the weather conditions than anything else, and as you can see, well, you can't really see very much, can you? Because it's very foggy, it's a bit grim at Bedford, and it's quite wet. Certainly the track is damper today than it was at any point yesterday, and so it might be that the teams are going to have to just watch their top speeds. It's not so much that the car will lose control in a straight line, but the faster you try and go, the more aggressively the car has to accelerate, and that can lead to wheel spin, and that can lead to problems in the wet conditions. So the first lap is completed. It's roughly a 1:26 lap time, so a little bit off the pace we were seeing yesterday. The rain perhaps playing a part in that. Now though, we dive into the crazy world of the metaverse, and let's see how many of these obstacles they can avoid. So you can see there, they're sticking to the racing line through the corners unless there is an obstacle in the way, and I think there will be some obstacles in the way as they drop down into turn number 3. No, they're off the racing line by the looks of it, so ARG should be able to just cruise straight by, which they do. And on the exit of the corner, maybe they can just clip a couple of those bonuses. No, not quite. So we're at 4 collectibles now and 0 obstacles, though. That really is the main thing that ARG were hoping for. So we haven't yet seen the car have to deviate from the traditional racing line. It will only do so if there is an obstacle in the way. Again, they're limited to 100km/h or so down the back straight, really slowing for the flip-flop chicane at the end of it. Big bump in the middle of that chicane, as we heard from the track guide earlier on. So the car just has to go a little bit slower through there to avoid losing control. Another collectible is, well, collected as they go through the penultimate corner, and the first Metaverse lap time for ARG is about to come in. They have got 11 of those collectibles over that lap, and the lap time is a 1:24, so they went quicker that time than they did on their first free lap, and that's not been the trend we've seen so far this week. Generally, the teams are going quicker when they're not having to worry about the Metaverse, but of course that's because of this different strategy that ARG are deploying. They're not going to deviate from the fastest racing line unless they absolutely have to, and actually that could lead to some pretty quick times. It's 1 second that gets knocked off your time for every collectible, 5 seconds for every obstacle will be added on. So at the moment, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, their overall time is ticking towards 3 minutes and 30, but once you take those 11 seconds off, they're only now at 3 minutes 20, so it's the lower of those two times that will end up being the most significant, accelerating away this really unique and quite eerie view that we get riding inside the DevBot with the wheel moving, but no one moving it. I think if the steering wheel didn't move, it would be a little bit less spooky. Oh, no, this is a problem, though. The car has stopped, and that didn't look like a controlled stoppage either. I think the car has veered offline, and Autonomous Racing Graz on their third lap, when things were going really, really well, have run into some sort of a problem. You can see the car, that is roughly the part of the circuit it would be on, but looking at the steering input there, it's clearly got a bit too close to the edge of the road, and Reese is back in the course car and will soon be back in the DevBot. It is a brake failure we're hearing, so this might be a DevBot issue rather than a ARG issue. This was in a braking zone, of course, for the turn 4 and 5 chicane, and when the AI driver has gone to hit the virtual brake pedal, it's decided that something didn't quite feel right. So again, this is a safety measure more than anything else, and it's programmed into all of the AI drivers that if something with the car doesn't feel like it should, they will just stop, because these cars are quite expensive, well into 6 figures, these cars, and if you start driving them into things like SIT did at Thruxton, for example, it costs a lot of money to repair them. So just as a safety feature, they tend to come to a halt. So we had this similar situation yesterday, didn't we, where there was an issue with the DevBot itself, and it was this particular DevBot that seemed to be the most problematic. The good news is they know how to deal with this now. What's going to happen is Reese will get back in the car, he will drive it back to the garage, and we'll then transfer the AI driver from this car to the spare car, which normally is reserved for the Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous Squad, because it has a unique livery for that team. But it is the official spare Roborace car, and so the other teams can use it if there's a problem with this one. So this will take a little while, but hopefully in a few minutes' time we'll get the car back onto the start line and ARG can have another crack at this. But that is particularly disappointing because their speed looked quite good, and so far they were sticking exactly to the plan that Yasmina had told us about before, because they had avoided all of the obstacles, they'd saved a bit of time, and they were running a pretty quick line around the track. So if they can do that again for 6 laps, they should be able to set a reasonably competitive time.
Time now to jump over the pond and join our field reporter, Sof Raval, who's joining us from the US. He's with Mike Sokolov from Roborace. How's it going, guys? As always, looking over the live stream comments, what's been said today?
Hey guys, welcome back to Roborace. This is day 2 of season beta, and this is round 4. So really excited to be back with you again today. Excuse me. And yeah, so we got some guests today. We got the same guests, some of the same guests, and we got some new guests. So really excited to talk to them and present some of your questions to them so we can get some answers. So we've got Mike Sokolov again today. He's the man in black, as everyone knows him. And then we've got Kylie Ying from MIT. Driverless. And then we've got Ivan Istomin. He's the Chief Metaverse Officer. Can't wait to ask him about that title. And then Chip Pankau. Apologize, Chip, if I pronounced your name wrong. And then he's the Chief Championship Officer. That's another really cool title. And then George Hotz. So George Hotz and Mike will be talking again in the session in the end. So I'm going to hand over to Mike right now. And hey, Mike, I'm just going to start off by asking you, how do you think yesterday's race went?
Oh, you know, it was super exciting. And, you know, I was like in kind of euphoria, actually, because, you know, now we are finally racing. And, you know, it's like that many years and effort spent. And now, you know, it's evolving. Every event is like, you know, progressing. And that's super cool. So I'm looking forward to what happens today, actually.
Awesome. Yeah, I just saw on the screen, we were watching the live feed and there was a little bit of a break issue. So is that something you were saying that might be software or hardware related?
I don't have that much details so far. So as I understand that that's some of hardware issues that sometimes happen, you know.
Hopefully they sort it out. Well, cool. So we'll go straight to the questions that we had from Twitch. And the first question we got here: do the teams control the gearbox in the car?
Oh yeah, that is actually a great question from yesterday. I don't remember the exact name of the guy asked that, but you know, it's like many thanks for asking that. That's a cool question actually, because you know in a high performance electric vehicle like racing car, there are actually not just one gearbox, but you know each motor actually has a gearbox. Because you know, for an electric vehicle, you may not have a gearbox, like you know, like you sort of know Tesla. You may tell how Tesla does that probably, but you know, for robocars, we actually have a gearbox for each motor, and you know, the DevBot has 2 rear motors, and actually the teams may control each of those gearboxes directly, which is called like advanced mode of drivetrain control. Honestly saying, as I know now, no team is actually doing that. Unfortunately, they're
sounds complicated.
Yeah, actually they use a kind of like more simplified API that actually just control the acceleration. But you know, I believe in the nearest future the teams will start using direct control of the gearboxes, so they may start doing torque vectoring stuff, especially when we switch to 4 motors cars lately, because you know it's going to be 4 gearboxes then.
Yeah, I think that it gives a huge advantage. It's going to be really cool. I can't wait to see that too. Also, the next question is someone was asking that was Racer, cool name. Where did the name DevBot come from?
Oh, you know, actually DevBot is quite simple. It's like development bot, because you know when we started developing Roborace back in 2015, we didn't actually have any car. So we were, of course, looking at Priuses and some other cars like Lincoln and MKZ, because they had drive-by-wire capability. But eventually we decided to make our own like test or development mule. We called it DevBot, and you know, now we can see that on the racetrack, because we still use that model for a team's onboarding, testing, development process. Until we switch to robocars, you know, when teams become more mature to start using it on the actual racetrack.
All right, thanks, Mike. And then the next question we got from the guy from the bright side. So how does bad weather challenge the technology, like fog and rain and all sorts of stuff like that?
Oh, actually challenges a lot, especially when we had, a couple days ago, it was like that dense fog there on the racetrack. So we'll just, talking about what do we do if we've got like, like nearly zero visibility. What's then? Do we race or what? And especially we also had some black ice on the racetrack, which is actually super dangerous, especially for the cars running at speed there. But actually the weather now is much better. So as far as I know, no ice on the racetrack, so it's much safer. But you can still see some fog. Of course, it actually implies some problems with visibility and localization. If the teams use visual localization, but for the moment they're mostly relying on GNSS. So actually, when you're using GNSS as the main position localization thing, weather is not that much impacting you. Maybe just the radio issues may do some impact, but actually it's pretty much okay now, I would say.
Cool, Mike. But thanks. Yeah. I think that's all we have time for this segment. Sorry to interrupt you, Mike, but yeah, we'll be back again with you and George Hotz later. Just want to say huge thanks to everyone that asked questions, and yeah, please keep the questions coming. We'll definitely try to get to them in the show or in the Twitch chat.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I've been told we do have time for one more question. So yeah, well, really? This is a question I actually wanted to ask this because hopefully a lot of other viewers will be interested in this. Is the test driver? So sometimes, well, in most cases, I think the test driver is in the car as well. So why is there a test driver if it's an autonomous vehicle?
As you can see from the actual happening. Some issues happen pretty often, so it's much easier to take over the control and like get the car back to the garage if you have a driver there. Otherwise, it requires like you may see that from this stream, especially if we imagine we use the robo car, then you should actually somehow tow it to the garage. It's going to take much more time. So it's just to do the things much quicker. So that's why we're using DevBot. So yeah. And I have to say lots of thanks to our moderators, voluntarily moderators, which are not our employees actually, because we granted some moderatory status to some guys, and they help us a lot actually. And I want to thank them for helping us. It's really appreciated.
Yeah, the community is awesome. So yeah, thanks to everybody for moderating, and also for everyone providing their feedback, their questions, and yeah, it's definitely a pleasure to ask some of these questions on you guys.
That's actually yet another exciting thing for this.
Sorry, Mike. I think now we really are out of time. So yeah, we'll be back later though. So thanks everybody. I'm going to break right now. So cheers.
Many thanks. Yeah. Bye.
So here's a familiar sight then, the Acronis SIT DevBot ready to take over duties for the rest of round 4. We can confirm now that the Roborace DevBot 2.0 has suffered a braking component failure, as it did yesterday. I mean, the component was replaced overnight, so that would suggest perhaps there's a bigger issue that needs sorting out there. But thankfully, Acronis SIT DevBot is on hand once again for the rest of the teams to use, and Team ARG have now downloaded their AI into the DevBot. Reese Smith is on hand there, as you can see now, just getting the final bits and bats done so he can take the car out onto the track, and the time left to complete the run will pick up where it left off when the Roborace DevBot stopped. That is 19 minutes and 45 seconds. And Rach, Andy, we are hoping that Team ARG can pick up where they left off, literally, because they were looking good on that run.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? They had completed almost 3 out of their 6 laps. They were looking good. They'd got up to 100 kilometers per hour instead of 50 kilometers per hour, which was the cap they actually imposed on themselves yesterday. They had no Reece Smith in the car because obviously if you can cast your mind back yesterday to round 3, they actually had Reece in as a safety precaution just because they were testing a new autonomous driving system. So they looked like they were going really well. Andy, I know you were getting excited, as Matt and I were, weren't you?
Yeah, it was nice to see a bit of speed from ARG, wasn't it? And they were scoring quite well through the metaverse too. So yeah, I was hoping that was going to be a good time. I think they still can set a good time. We know it wasn't an issue with their systems, so there's nothing stopping them really going out now in this spare car and doing the same again. I wanted to touch upon the cars though, because we spend a lot of time, quite right, talking about how complicated the AI systems are and the software that teams develop are. It's easy to forget that we're still working with a mechanical, physical car that can go wrong, and these cars themselves are so technically developed, and they're so complicated. Fully electric, 4 different types of autonomous driving sensors. They use cameras, GPS, radar, this LiDAR system that we're all still sort of learning about, capable of a top speed over 140 miles an hour. They are complex pieces of kit, and Matt, it's easy to forget sometimes in this world of AI and virtual driving that we kind of live in with Roborace. It's easy to forget just how technically complex these cars actually are.
Yeah, that's right. It's obviously the mechanics of it. It's a prototype. It's a racer. It's the chassis and frame is a Ginetta, and then of course heavily modified to turn it into the DevBot 2.0 that we see ahead of us. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There is so much that can go wrong with these things because it's on the cutting edge of technology in every aspect. So let's hope for no more hiccups today, though. And it looks like we're getting a smooth outlap here from Reece, and just over 18 minutes now for Team ARG to get their laps in.
Yeah, that's right. They reset the clock, didn't they, to 19 minutes and 45 seconds, which was roughly how much time they had left when they had their problems. But of course, they've got to go right back to the start of their 6 laps again, so they're going to be pushing it a little bit here. Yesterday, their clear time was about 14 minutes, but of course they were going a lot slower yesterday. So yeah, they should be fine to pick up the pace and get their 6 laps back in. Their pace, by the way, guys, was a little bit slower than SIT were going yesterday. So even though they were going quicker than ARG managed in round 3, I'm not convinced they're going to be able to challenge the front-running team from yesterday, unless, of course, SIT and Arrival Racing have problems later on this afternoon, which is entirely possible. Certainly the way things have been going so far this week, wouldn't bet against that. So we'll see. They've got another go at this. They might be able to go quicker even than they were going half an hour or so ago. And quite frankly, I think just getting to the end of the 6 laps will be a bit of an achievement for them. So Reece then closes the door, makes the familiar walk over to the very familiar surroundings of the BMW course car, and on he goes, or off he goes, off the track, hopefully for the last time, because we want to try and get these 6 laps in. It's worth mentioning this car itself was not trouble-free yesterday, but certainly it's been the less problematic of the 2 DevBot 2.0s that we've got with us. Only 6 of these cars in existence in the world, and we have 2 of them on site for each Roborace event. Of course, we had to draft in an extra spare last time at Thruxton after this, or not this very car, but the SIT car was crashed into the pit wall. I believe we're almost ready to go, though, now, with Autonomous Racing Graz. Take 2 of their 4th round of Roborace's season beta is underway. The car launches away from the line, and they got 2.5 laps through last time before problems with the car unfortunately halted their progress. Let's see what happens this time. Into the first corner they go. I remind you, this is a free lap, so no metaverse on this opening lap of the run. Speed builds then through these 2 tight first corners. The second one is a bit more open than the first, but still low speed, and you can see a lot of moisture still on the racing line. I noticed earlier on we were watching Reese taking the car out on just a test lap, and he was struggling for traction. The rear of the car breaking free under acceleration out of this corner, actually, turn number 3. So that is something we'll watch for as the day goes on. Much narrower circuit here at Bedford than we had at Thruxton a month ago. So much smaller margin for error. If the car has a wobble, it's very likely to go off the road. And remember, if it leaves the road, then the run is invalidated. So you can't really afford even a slight stumble like that. The car loses control into the chicane, and that might well have been the slippery surface catching them out. And that is the first time, really, that we've seen a car lose control just through going a bit too quickly, really. The AI driver, of course, has to make these decisions about ever-evolving track conditions in split seconds, and the grip levels are never quite the same from one lap to the next. Tyre temperature, tyre pressure, that changes from one lap to the next. I mean, this is a completely different car than the first one they were using, so there might well be some things just in the way the car was handling that the AI systems weren't prepared for. We'll try and get more information on this as and when we can, but that is a big, big blow for Autonomous Racing Graz, who have spectacularly spun on their very first lap. Now, worth mentioning here that this still counts as their first attempt. For those of you who are familiar with the Roborace rules will know that each team has 2 attempts to get their run in, so they can abort one run and then try again. But because their first aborted run was because of an issue with the car, not their software, that essentially never happened. This still counted as their first attempt. What I'm getting at is they still have a chance to get out there and try this again if they can work out what the problem is, because of course the last thing they want to do is risk the same thing happening again, especially as this is now essentially the only fully functioning car that we have. So ARG pointing the wrong way. Reese is back out there ready to bring the car back around. This is of course one of the big benefits of the car being drivable in both autonomous mode and by an actual driver. It means that when something does go wrong, it's easy to recover. And Reese will just, I think, debating how best to get the car pointing back the right way, because as daft as it sounds, he won't want to drive over that concrete, those concrete blocks in front of him, because they'll be very bumpy, very dirty. There'll be all sorts of rubbish and bits and pieces over there that you don't really be running over. So he'll this might take a bit of figuring out as to how to get the car back, but he will get it back, I'm sure, and then we will bring you further news as and when we get it of whether ARG are going to be able to get back out there. There you can see Reese back in his second home, the DevBot 2.0 cockpit. A bit cramped in there, isn't it? Not the comfiest of working environments, but Reese, I'm sure, pretty familiar with this by now. Gets the gloves on, takes his time, and he will bring the car back to the pit lane again. The car turns out of autonomous mode into driver mode, and well, he does run over the concrete, but at a low speed, just to make sure he doesn't do any further damage to the car. I'd be intrigued to know what the issue was there, because I'm saying that it might have been an AI problem because of the slippery conditions, but it did happen under braking, and we have had these brake problems this week, haven't we? For whatever reason, it wasn't an issue at Thruxton, but for some reason the Bedford Autodrome seems to be testing the brakes of these DevBots, and so I'm just a little hesitant to lay all of the blame at the door of ARG. It may well be that there's another technical issue with the car. We'll give you news of that as and when we have it, but for the time being, ARG, sadly, are heading back to the garage without a completed run. Well, as you can see, the ARG team have got their car back on the line again. We've been here before, haven't we? This is the third attempt, essentially, at getting a run in, their second official attempt. At the bottom of your screen, you can see the time has ticked down now to less than 5 minutes, which means that they do not have time to get all 6 of their laps in. They are fully aware of this, so this will not count as a completed run, but they just want to check what their systems are like and check that basically the issue that caused that spectacular spin a few minutes ago has been solved. We've got a bit more information for you on that as well. It looks as though it was a problem from their end, so not a braking issue with the car, but a braking issue with their AI systems. Basically, they increased the aggressiveness of their braking from 0.5 to 0.6 on a sliding scale, basically, which meant that the car braked too hard into the chicane too suddenly and lost control. And that's something that we see real racing drivers, professional racing drivers, do all the time as well. And I think it's linked to the conditions. Because it's still quite damp and greasy out there, normally you would be a lot more gentle on the pedals, on the brake and the accelerator in these conditions, because if you're too aggressive on the accelerator, obviously you can spin up the rear wheels when it's wet and spin the car around that way. If you're too aggressive on the brakes, though, you also risk locking up the brakes, and you can lock either the fronts or the rears. It looks like they locked the rear brakes, and that caused the car to lose control, basically. So it was AI driver error, which put them off, or not off the road, but pointing the wrong way. So whilst we know that they're not going to get all 6 laps in, I will run a stopwatch just to see what sort of lap times they're getting to, because it's handy to have a benchmark for the other teams to aim at. Off they go then, onto their free lap, then their first free lap for the 3rd time, and I reckon they've probably dialed back the braking aggression slightly, haven't they? That looks like quite a cautious run into and through the first corner. You can see there are actually puddles on the track in some areas, and that standing water is very, very slippery, obviously, and that's, I think, what caught them out a little bit a few moments ago. So, slightly more tentatively then, they build the speed up towards the hairpin, and head onto the brakes once again through the left-hander, hitting 90 kilometres an hour there briefly before they turn into the long, long left-hander at the southernmost point of this North Circuit at the Bedford Autodrome. Now they head towards the trouble spot. Can they get safely through the chicane this time? Well, let's see as they head along at 100 kilometres an hour. We ride on board briefly with the DevBot, and they're going to brake a bit earlier, a bit softer. Yeah, that looks okay. Car's still pointing in the right direction, and then they really slow down for the apex. So that's a bit more like it. And they safely negotiate the chicane this time. What interests me about that issue that they had, it didn't happen on their first attempt, did it? So they've obviously decided that they were going to up the ante a bit when they transferred into this spare car, and use that second opportunity at getting on the track to maybe find a bit more time, because I've made the point that their initial lap times way back on attempt number 1 were a little slower than the quickest times we saw yesterday, and they maybe decided to try for a bit more speed, and it's come back to bite them, unfortunately. That, again, is a very real risk of motorsport, that if you push too hard, you can lose it all. Right, we've got about 90 seconds left on the clock. They are into their metaverse lap now, their only metaverse lap that they're going to get done today. They got 11 eclipses first time round, so they should get a similar amount now, because we know the car is not going to deviate from its racing line unless that is to avoid an obstacle, which it shouldn't have to do. So out of turn number 3 they go. 4 collectibles up till this point, and then they head back down the back straight. 1 minute left on the clock, so they'll get to the end of this lap and they'll start their next lap before the time runs out. So we'll get a couple of laps out of them just to gauge roughly how quickly they can go through the chicane. Again, we expect to see quite a cautious run through here. Once the car sort of leaves the line, there isn't a huge amount that the teams can then do to control its destiny. It's all left in the hands of the AI driver, so whatever they programmed it to do at the start, it should keep doing lap after lap after lap. That seems to be the case. Out through the final couple of corners then, up towards the start-finish line. Time ticks up just over 3 minutes there, as you can see. They've got 8 of the collectibles, but the time is going to run out very quickly. Through they come then, across the line, 8 seconds left to go, so they can start their 3rd lap. But the time is pretty much run out now. They knew all along they weren't going to get 6 laps in, And that is now confirmed. The time ticks down to 0 then, and unfortunately for Autonomous Racing Graz, who were one of only 2 teams to complete all 6 laps yesterday, well, they're going to start round number 4 with a non-finish. They are out of round number 4 because they haven't completed their 6-lap run in the allotted time. So, not the ideal start to the day, but that is excellent news for the other teams ready and waiting to go. Because they have one less team to go up against now, really. And ARG were looking like they were going to be fairly competitive, so this takes some of the pressure off the likes of SIT and Arrival and maybe MIT and Team Pisa as well. So the car will come around to the line. It will finish this 3rd lap, but because the time is down to nothing, it's not going to really matter. I'd imagine this will then be the end of their run. So it was good while it lasted for ARG. Taking the positives out of this, at least they went quicker than yesterday in the laps that they did complete, and at least they now have some sort of a mechanism for at least negotiating the obstacles in the metaverse. So by the time we next see them at rounds 5 and 6, they hopefully will be able to do everything that is required of them to score well in Roborace. And you never know, they might be able to get themselves a race win before the end of the season. So there we go then, 3 laps completed. It's not the full 6 that they were hoping for. It will be a non-finish for Autonomous Racing Graz, but some good speed shown. They maybe just need to work on not being too aggressive if the conditions are a little bit sketchy again next time out.
Well, that was a bit of a frustrating start to round 4, wasn't it? ARG, who we saw do so well yesterday, obviously come second, and they did have that 50 kph cap, and they looked full of confidence when you chatted to Yasmina earlier, Matt, and they just had obviously the Roborace problem, and then they tried to be a bit too ambitious and then just ran out of time. It's kind of, you know, didn't go well, but at least they got a bit of testing under their belt, can we say, and gathered as much data as possible, which is what season beta is all about.
Yeah, it wasn't a complete write-off for them, was it? They certainly got some important data, and I think, as Andy said in the commentary there, with the weather conditions as well, so difficult to judge. Obviously, that's what developing this AI is all about, but nevertheless, they get onto the board. They will get points, of course, for making the start, and we've got a new column there, a little fun fact for you. 12.3 kph was the top speed that they reached, and as you said, Rach, they capped that at 50 yesterday. So progress definitely for ARG, but ultimately disappointment and left to rue, I think, what possibly could have been.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's time to hear from Yasmina Zubaka from Team ARG right now to see how you're feeling, Yasmina, after that one. Is it safe to say that Team ARG are feeling a little bit frustrated?
Of course. I am disappointed, let's say. So we had bad luck today, I would say, because on the first run, everything was fine. We didn't have so high speed, but yeah, we were sticking to the lower limits. But then the problem with the vehicle happened, so it was on their side, the fault. So they needed to take car back to the garage. But if everything was good, we think we would finish again. So then we had a pressure because we needed to put all our software from one car to another car. Then the internet connection is currently really bad, and we were just losing the connection. And then we also said, okay, we saw on the video that maybe we were a bit slower with 100 kphs. So we, let's say, made the limits higher, also for the accelerations. And then when we went out, we, as you saw, slipped. So it's really hard to, let's say, estimate how the road is, so which coefficients to put in the mission and such stuff. And then there was not so much time because we needed back to go again on the racetrack. So we knew that we won't finish, but we wanted to do the laps, of course. So what to say, bad luck for today.
Yeah, of course. And I know one of the aims as well that you had was to kind of speed up the path planner. Were you able to see if that worked at all? By the fact that you only got 3 laps out, didn't you? And one of them was a metaverse in your first attempt, and your second attempt you know, you kind of only had one go at the metaverse as well. So was that enough to get some data?
Well, not enough, I would say, because the most obstacles and collectibles were on the last two curves, and there, like, we didn't achieve that. But yeah, from the things that we saw, we think that the car was acting much more stable than yesterday. And yeah, so we need to analyze the data that we gathered today, and then we can have more ideas of what happened and such stuff.
Yeah, so right now the positive that you can take is that you obviously got time on track and the car seemed much more stable than yesterday. Anything else that you can take away at this moment in time?
Currently, I don't know, I'm too much disappointed. So I don't know, I'm frustrated because yeah, we needed to change the car, we needed to put all software from one car to another car. Then we took a suggestion to maybe increase a bit the limits because the racetrack was looking a bit drier. But yeah, that was again a failure, and yeah, I don't know what to say else.
Yeah, well, at least you did get the 500 points and offer for actually getting out onto the grid. That was something that goes really nicely alongside the extra 200 points you got yesterday for coming second place. So yeah, really bad luck this time out to Team AOG and yourself, Yasmina, but we hope you bounce back for round 5 in a month or so's time.
Yeah, we are coming back stronger, let's say, and not so maybe with the bad luck, but I cannot say. New year, well, let's see what will happen next year.
Fighting talk, I love it. Thank you so much, Yasmina.
Thank you, Rachel, and yeah, have a nice holidays and everything. See you guys next year then.
And you, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Can't wait to see you next year. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Roborace Season Beta is a time challenge event. Each team downloads their AI racing driver into a DevBot 2.0 and from a standing start must complete 6 laps in the fastest time possible. The car will initially hold within a staging area 2 meters behind the start line. There will be a 10-second countdown to lights out and go. Once it launches over the start line for the very first time, the lap timer will start. Because the challenge is to complete all 6 laps in the quickest total time, there is no benefit to setting one ultra-fast lap. The teams must program their AI to run at maximum attack every single lap to stand a chance of winning the competition. You'd think that would be enough of a challenge for 2020, but for Season Beta, the teams will face an even greater test. Virtual objects will be placed on track, some that need collecting, some that need avoiding. Where these objects are placed and what type are totally unknown to the participating teams and their racing devbots and are set by race control. The following bonuses and penalties will apply. The team gets -1 second to the current lap time for any bonus objects struck by the car. 5 seconds are added to the lap time for any penalty objects that are hit. And don't forget, a devbot's run will be voided if it moves outside the course limits at any time. The team that sets the fastest total time for the 6 laps will win the round.
Up next, it's Acronis SIT Autonomous, a team who've literally gone from zeros to heroes so far during season beta. A disastrous crash that went viral in round 1. They took second place then in round 2 and went on to victory in round 3. Here's the team.
Center at the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology comes Acronis SIT Autonomous. Acronis are the leading provider of AI-powered cyber protection to global sports teams and are supporting the Swiss-based research center in their entrance to Roborace Season Beta. This powerful matchup are working hard to achieve maximum pace, so even though this is their first time in Roborace, they could easily surprise everyone with their speed.
And now by Ilya Shimchik, the team principal of Acronis SIT. As you can see, they're deep in preparations, ready for their run. We won't keep you long, Ilya. Thank you for joining us. The last time we saw you was yesterday to congratulate you on the victory. Was that unexpected a little bit, the way that it panned out yesterday?
Actually, yesterday we tried to show our best performance, so we did it. But as you see, other teams didn't have a chance to perform good yesterday. So yeah, we got the first place yesterday. Let's see what will happen. We feel that they can be not such good as yesterday, so probably we will need to decrease our performance targets. But yeah, let's see what we can do today.
Yeah, a new day, a new challenge. One thing, Ilya, as you may have already seen, the Roborace DevBot has had a mechanical problem, so everybody's going to be using the SIT car again today. People at home might be wondering if that is any kind of advantage for you. Could you clear that up for us?
Actually, no, there is no any particular advantage because all cars are the same. So we have the same chassis, the same computers inside, the same sensors inside. The only difference is the livery. So the uniform of the car, I mean, is it different? So no particular advantage. Maybe the red color gives.
And I know from talking to you yesterday as well, Ilya, actually you want all the other teams to perform to their maximum potential too, because you want to measure yourselves. That's the whole point of doing this, right? So that's what we're looking for today, is maximum performance from everybody.
Yeah, of course, that's the meaning of competition. That's the meaning of sport competitions, that we need to compete with others, not to compete with. Of course, we compete with ourselves in trying to improve our performance with each event, with each round. But we would like to see how we are performing comparing with other teams, and we would like to see the competition, the real, the real fight on the track.
And as you said, Ilya, you just cut out a little bit. I think in terms of your plan for today, were you saying just to maybe tone down the performance a little bit in accordance with the track conditions? Is that the plan? Yeah,
that's the plan, because the track condition is not such good as yesterday. There is a rain. There was a rain in the morning and a fog, so probably we'll decrease our performance and acceleration targets. And right now, actually, we are discussing with the team internally what's the limits should we choose. So we'll decide and go very soon.
Well, we'll let you get back to that decision then. We'll let you get back to that decision because you've not got very long to make it. So thank you so much for taking this time out. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good luck today.
Thanks.
So Acronis SIT ready then for their run here in round 4. It's their car as well, of course, and no confusion about that for you, Andy.
Yeah, it's normally my biggest bugbear as a commentator when multiple cars look exactly the same, but this is altogether a bit easier. Only one car out on track at any time. But of course, that's part of the plan for the future of Roborace, isn't it? To have multiple cars out there racing against each other, racing against virtual moving objects as well. So hopefully they'll find a way to distinguish between them all at that point. Yeah, Matt, really excited about this. I think SIT are going to be feeling pretty good coming into today, aren't they? They won yesterday. But it was interesting to hear from them afterwards, wasn't it? I know, Rachel, you spoke to them after at the end of the day, and they were saying, yes, they were happy they'd won, but they really wanted to go up against a rival and the other teams that didn't get out there. So interesting that, wasn't it, Rach, to hear a team that had just won the round still kind of wishing they'd had some stiffer opposition.
Yeah, you can see Reese there sitting in, just giving a little look to the camera. But going back to your point there, Andy, I think that's just a sign of a great competitor, really. They want to, like Ilya just said to Matt there, go up against the best teams and really pit themselves against the best in this championship, because unless you beat the best, who at the moment, I'm still going to say it, have been a rival racing, they've been around the block, been around this championship for a few years now, unless you beat them on their best day, they'll probably think, oh, we're not quite sure if we are the best. So I completely get that. So let's see today if we can get more teams actually completing all these 6 laps to just see which team has improved the best since Struxton. It looks like they're ready now, boys. Reese is getting shut in. The DevBot 2.0, the SIT one, of course, because that is Team SIT. The second one of the day, we're about to go out. Their clock has already started.
Yeah, I think yesterday, guys, it was almost a bit like the way Ilya spoke. It was kind of like a boxer who'd just beaten an opponent because his opponent had dislocated a shoulder or something like that. You know, it was, the feeling was, yes, we won, but didn't quite have the same satisfaction as beating a fighter who'd, who'd stayed fit to the end of the fight, if you know what I mean. So hopefully everybody can keep swinging to the end of the day today. And I think if they can, we're going to see a really interesting battle, certainly between SIT, who we see now ready to go out, and Arrival Racing. We're all looking forward to seeing what they've got. But I think the big challenge for everybody today, Andy, and it kind of goes without saying after what we've seen from ARG already, but Ilya mentioned it as well, the conditions on the track, so difficult to judge. Not just because they're changing and because it's wet and it's foggy, but also let's not forget that the teams are not actually at the circuit. So, obviously they're taking information back from the people who are on the ground, but very difficult to judge these conditions when you sat hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, Matt, because in traditional motorsport, the teams, as you say, they'd be right there. They could physically look over the pit wall and see how much water's on the track, and they can then use that to decide what setup to put in the car, what driving style the driver should deploy to try and make best use of the conditions, what tyres to put on the car, etc. Whereas these teams don't have that luxury. Yeah, they can see it's wet, but they can't see how wet it is. They can't see if it's the same level of moisture on the track at each different corner. They can't see whether it's on or off the racing line very well. And we know the teams don't usually get the chance to watch the previous team's runs either. So they are going into this completely blind, and they can't adapt on the fly. Once the car leaves the line, they've done all they can do. They sit back and they hope that they've programmed the AI correctly. If they haven't, it's completely out of their hands. That's a really good point you make there, Matt. The weather conditions, I think we've already seen them catch out ARG a few minutes ago, and I don't think they'll be the last to run into some troubles.
Actually,
it's round 4 and I've finally made a good point, so I'm really pleased with that. Thanks.
Well done, Matt.
No, but actually carrying on from that, boys, actually that was something that obviously we saw Yasmina said, because usually they just sit there, don't they, and watch what they've already kind of set up for their run. But the fact that they had to go back into the garage, they changed their setup a little bit, and then that's what ultimately made them lose their first official attempt, wasn't it? The fact that they then adjusted the braking slightly, and that made them get a bit too aggressive and spin out of control. So maybe sometimes it's good to just sit back and watch and be the coach.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Rach, because they got through the first 3 corners on that lap absolutely fine. So that braking setting worked for half a lap, and then they got to this part of the circuit, the chicane, and it was a bit damper, a bit more slippery. So yeah, that's exactly right. They really are going to struggle, I think, to adapt to these conditions. They'd almost rather that it was either full dry or full wet. But Matt, we hear real racing drivers complain about this endlessly, don't we? When it's a bit damp and a bit greasy, it's just really hard to predict, isn't it? And it's almost quite gratifying to see that confuses AI drivers as well.
Yeah, and it can change corner to corner as well. It's never consistent around the whole lap, is it? And what works in one corner isn't necessarily going to work in the next one as well. So this is one of the big challenges that the guys who are developing this software face, really, is to get an AI that can adapt dynamically to changeable conditions. And obviously that's going to be something that they will need to get their heads around as we develop this technology for the roads and for public use in the future, which is ultimately the goal of Roborace, of course, is to help these, or give these companies and research institutes the platform to develop this technology from the top down. What we're seeing here is not an incremental phase of development of this stuff. It's they're going all out on the limit to see what they ultimately they're capable of straight away. And obviously the best place to do that is on a racetrack in safe conditions, and with that extra competition as well that pushes that development on. So yeah, huge challenge, and whilst it might not be the most glamorous place to be in December. The Bedford Autodrome is certainly throwing up a really important challenges for these engineers to overcome.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Matt. And it's quite easy, isn't it, to point and laugh when an autonomous car does something out of the ordinary. And this is the last time I'll bring this up, I promise. But of course, at Thruxton, the SIT team did something completely unexpected and drove straight into the pit wall. And you could tell from the response that got on social media, which was pretty large, people found it funny. And the amount of comments I saw, people saying, oh, and this is supposed to be the future of driving on the roads. This technology is going to be in our road cars in a few years. Everyone should be scared. Well, no technology works perfectly right from the offset. It needs to be tested. And ultimately, you don't know what you need to fix until it goes wrong. And that is what this is all about. Season Beta is adding a slightly more competitive element to this, but it is very much still a work in progress. Anyway, enough of that. Let's focus on the competitive aspect, shall we? Because SIT, Team Acronis, SIT Racing Autonomous are off the line and away and racing once more. This was the only team to complete a at speed run yesterday, and therefore they won round number 3, the first team other than Arrival Racing to take a race victory in Season Beta. Can they do the same again today? Well, you certainly wouldn't bet against them, would you? Through turn number 2 goes the car, down into the hairpin at turn number 3, and then onto that back straight, which is where clearly the conditions were rather challenging earlier on. You can see the body language of the car there, much, much racier, more aggressive change of direction there to go from one side of the road to the other than we've seen from any other team here this week, and a higher speed, up to about 115 kilometers an hour or so, just between turns 2 and 3. Now, this is the fastest part of the circuit. Let's see what they can achieve. Up over 120, over 130, 150 kilometers an hour. That is the fastest speed we have seen so far this week. This is an aggressive run from Acronis SIT Autonomous. They know they've got a good chance to get some good points here today and really take the fight to Arrival Racing, I should say, who still hold the points lead after yesterday. Well, this is going to be a fast lap, I'm fairly sure of it. From a standing start, the first free lap time from Acronis SIT Autonomous is a 1 minute 18. So 1 minute 18 is the fastest lap from a standing start that we've seen so far this week as well. So the fastest, highest speed, the fastest lap time. Now, how can they deal with the metaverse? Through turns 1 and 2 they go again. This is their first metaverse lap. And how many of these collectibles can they get? They massively improved on this front between Thruxton and the first day at Bedford. Now, I'm not seeing any metaverse items, and I don't think the car is either, because look, it's just running on the normal racing line. Now, this should be the same for everybody. They should have had an opportunity to get some of those bonus points by now. Car speed builds up again, up to 150, well, not quite 150 that time, 158. Slightly slower, for whatever reason, on that lap. Maybe didn't get quite such a good exit from turn 3. But Acronis SIT, who are, let's not forget, newcomers to Roborace, and immediately they're becoming one of the pace setters. But I don't know what's going on here with the metaverse. So no collectibles or obstacles there for them to negotiate on that lap. Anyway, I'll get you the lap time for what it counts. It's going to be a bit slower, I think, than the first one. And the car is stopping. Now, that looks like a controlled stop to me, because they must know there's an issue. Yeah, that run is being cancelled. There is something wrong with the augmented reality elements within the metaverse, and it would not be fair to let them carry on their run without it, because, of course, ARG did have the metaverse working. So another little hiccup, I'm afraid. And what a shame, because that, for the first time really today, got me properly excited. That was some serious speed from the Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous squad. Not just straight line speed though, but the aggressive nature. It was weaving from corner to corner. That's the first time, I would argue, that I've seen one of these cars really look like it's a proper racing car, really going for it, really setting some good times. And I think that was going to be a real benchmark time had they had the chance to complete it. They should be able to have another go in a few minutes' time though. Roborace will already be working on fixing the problem. And we'll get back to you as soon as we can, hopefully with the SIT car back on the start line. So let's try this again then, shall we? Because the SIT car is about to launch off the line for another go at its 6-lap run. The clock has been reset back to 21 minutes, and away it goes. Right, let's see if it can pick the speed back up as quickly as it did the first time around. That will not have counted as its first attempt, by the way, because it was not an issue by the looks of it with the team. It was probably with the metaverse, which we think has been reset and solved now, so this should be a good opportunity to see exactly what they can do again through turn 2, and this is where I was really impressed with the line the car was taking last time. Accelerates nicely out of turn 2 in as straight a line as possible, then jinks over to the right hand side of the road to take the wide line into turn number 3, just a bit wide of the apex there, just trying to stay away from those very slippery painted curbs, and then get that power down, deploy all 270 kilowatts of power from the electric motors, and then into the chicane. Speed up to 140 again there, so not quite as quick as on the first attempt. Maybe they've just dialed things back. Perhaps they felt they were taking too many risks on their first attempt, given the fact that we've had a relatively low success rate this week as far as teams being able to complete their runs. Maybe they don't really need to take those sort of risks in order to get a good result. Out of turn, the final turn then, and the first lap about to be completed now. First time around, they managed a 1:18 from a standing start. This time, a 1:19, pretty much exactly a 1:19. So they're about half a second or so slower than they were first time around. That won't trouble them too much. That's just that slightly lower speed that they had down the back straight, I think. Now, is the metaverse working? Yes, it is. There we go. You can see the collectibles. The rings are the collectibles. The little stud-shaped things are the obstacles. And now you can see the different line that it's having to take out of turn 2 in order to avoid the obstacles. Picked up 5 of the collectibles. That's 5 seconds taken off their time already. Clean run through turn 3. Now look at it, really veering wide. It's going to get every single one of those collectibles. That was a perfect run out of turn number 3, and they have saved 13 seconds as a result. This is looking really solid now from the Acronis SIT Autonomous car, which once again reached the top speed of about 140 kilometers an hour before hitting the brakes into the turn 4 and 5 chicane. Over in the middle, unsettles the car a little bit, but the speed isn't too high really at that part of the course. And then they weave their way through the collectibles again now. Yesterday, they got 49 collectibles and 1 obstacle. So far, we're nearly halfway through the collectible count. Look at that, 27 collectibles already and no obstacles hit. And that lap time was another 1:19. So that was another quick lap there. Despite having to slow down for the metaverse, they only lost about a second from their first free lap. So back into another free lap now, and top right of your screen you can see the metaverse score, 27 collectibles already, which means that they have saved 27 seconds. Now then, how quick can they go on this next lap? The fastest individual lap that we've seen so far is a 1:15, which was set by Autonomous Racing Graz earlier on. So let's see whether SIT can get down to that sort of pace. Accelerates away out of the hairpin at turn 3, back towards that chicane. There we are on board. You can see even in a straight line, the wheel making adjustments, the AI driver just making sure they're on the optimum line into the chicane, which it seems to be. And what a world of difference a month has made for this team that had such a disastrous start to their Roborace campaign with that crash at Thruxton, and now here they are, perhaps on for a race-winning time. If they can complete the 6 laps, it will certainly put them into the lead, because ARG did not get to the end. Cross the line again, 1:14. 1:14 is by far the fastest lap we've seen so far. This is going to be a really, really tough time to beat. The other teams are going to have to dial up the aggression, I think, if they're going to get anywhere near the pace being set by Acronis SIT. Back through turn number 2, back into the metaverse again. Really has to slow down there to avoid that obstacle. Did they manage it? Looks like they did, yes. We're at 33 collectibles now and still no obstacles. They are only about 16 collectibles away from the record they set yesterday. So it looks as though not only are they going quicker than yesterday, but they're actually scoring better from the metaverse. Look at that. Again, weaving around, really maximising their opportunities. See how it avoided one of those collectibles because it was right in front of an obstacle. And that is another decision that the driver has to make, whether it's worth the risk. They might not have been able to avoid the obstacle. which, remember, takes or adds more time onto your run than a collectible would take away. So we're at 40 collectibles now. They only needed, I'll try that again. They'll only need to collect 9 more and they will have matched their record from yesterday. They got another handful there going through the penultimate corner. There are more available on the run into and through the last corner. And I think by the time they complete this fourth lap of the run, they might be above 49. No, not quite. We're still at 45 then. Racing back across the start-finish line at 1:23. So they definitely went slower that time. Because they were going for those collectibles, but if you look at it, they were only, 4 seconds slower than their first Metaverse lap, but they saved a good 20-odd seconds through the bonuses, so I think they'll be pretty happy with that. A net gain on their final free lap of the run. 2 more laps to complete, 1 free lap, 1 Metaverse lap, and then we will have our first proper benchmark of the day for the remaining teams to try and go after. Out of the hairpin, you can see they've saved nearly a full, 3/4 of a minute, nearly a full minute through the Metaverse items. Down onto the brakes. They seem to be content with 140 kilometers an hour now, so they're not going to be racing towards 150 as they were on their first attempt. We're tracking the maximum speeds officially. You'll be able to see them on our scoreboard today, so we'll see precisely who is being the most aggressive with their acceleration and top speed settings. At the moment, ARG with fastest time of 112 kilometers an hour, but I'm pretty sure we'll see that eclipsed by SIT, who now come through to start their final lap of the run, and that was another 1:15, so a really quick lap there from SIT, who will now head into the Metaverse for the final time. So can they beat 49 collectibles? Surely they can, and they haven't yet had any time added on through hitting obstacles, which you can see they're just weaving around there, going through the second corner. Or for a second they might have clipped one of the obstacles there, but they avoided it. And then head into turn 3. You can see they're in a different position now, a different layout than they had on the previous laps. That looked pretty perfect. They've eclipsed the 49 from yesterday. They're going to save over a minute. Look at that, 60 seconds of time saved now. So a full minute will be knocked off their time. And they still have another 2 corners worth of Metaverse items to benefit from. Still no obstacles, still no penalty time to be added on. The fastest time from yesterday was set by SIT. It was a clear time of 8 minutes and a total time of 7 minutes 16. Well, I think they're going to beat the clear time, aren't they? And they will almost certainly beat their total time because they've scored so much better today. Into the final corner then, they're at 7 minutes and 40 seconds for the time being. Accelerates out of the last corner towards the start-finish line, and the clear time for Acronis SIT Autonomous is a 7 minutes 51.1. 7 minutes 51.1, but they saved 63 seconds through those collectibles, so the end result is a 6 minutes 48.158, and that is nearly 30 seconds faster than they managed yesterday. An astonishing time that from Acronis SIT Autonomous. They've got to be really, really pleased with that, and just as they did yesterday, they put the pressure firmly now on the shoulders of Arrival Racing. If SIT beat them again today, there's every chance that Arrival could lose the points lead, and that is not something they'll be keen to do. Great job there from the Acronis SIT team. We'll hear from them in a moment or two, and I reckon they're going to be quite happy with that.
Well, Matt, from where I'm sitting, from the comfort of my own home in North London, I'm going to say that SIT looked like they had a near-perfect run there. 63 collectibles and 0 obstacles here. I mean, I can't wait to speak to Ilya after yesterday and then backing up today. I'm pretty sure he'd be pretty happy, isn't he?
We have got a race on our hands today, Rachel, definitely, as they did yesterday. Acronis SIT throwing down the gauntlet for everybody else, but actually, even in more difficult conditions, taking a little bit of a risk as well, pushing the DevBot to the limit in challenging conditions. New top speed of over 140 kilometers an hour. Obviously, we're still a long way from the full potential of this car, but Acronis SIT Autonomous, as I said, taking that risk to push the limits a little bit today, and they were rewarded, as you said, Rach, 63 collectibles, no obstacles, and a lapsed time of 7 minutes 53.38, with total rewards of 1 minute and 3 seconds for a result time of 6 minutes 50.38. That is the benchmark for arrival racing, Pisa University, MIT Driverless, and possibly CMU to try and match today, and that is going to be a huge challenge. They're going to be absolutely delighted, I'm sure.
I'm sure they will be, and it's time now to bring in Ilya from Acronis SIT Autonomous to see how he feels about that one. Congratulations, Ilya. Firstly, do you think the team have done enough this time to stay at the top of that table?
Yeah, hi Rachel, thank you for congratulations. Of course, we did our best and we tried to show the best what we can. So we're quite satisfied with our result today. Yeah, so we are quite happy and looking for other team what results they will show today. So we are very interesting to see it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how much did the fact that the metaverse had a few problems when you went out for your first run affect what you did in your second run? Because it looked like you potentially switched the speeds a bit, because the first run it looked like you were going about 150 kph, then you brought that down a bit. Was that what you did?
It's actually it's interesting case. So actually the speed limit for the first attempt was the same, 140, but due to the problem with metaverse and race control, this speed limit hasn't been applied to the car, so that's why we achieved yeah.
Well, that's pretty good, because I know you said to me yesterday you felt like yourself and the team could go up to about 170 kph, didn't you?
Yeah, we did it during the test, but you know, the track weather condition a bit different comparing with what we have during the tests, and that's why we decreased our speed limit and acceleration limits today. So actually the plan was during the first attempt do a few laps and then go back to the garage and then increase the speed limits and increase acceleration limits, but due to this error we didn't have time to test it, and that's why we don't have time to return to the garage and change the parameters, and that's why we stayed with our initial parameters for acceleration and deceleration and speed limit.
Yeah, for sure. But overall, in terms of, I guess, what you've achieved this weekend or this round, I'm going to say the team must be super happy and ready to kind of push forward for round 5 and 6.
Yes, yeah. Looking forward for next rounds and pushing maximum.
Have you got an insight of what we're going to see from the next round from Team SIT?
I mean, the same. I mean, we are trying to do the best what we can each time. So the same we'll do the next time. But different rules will be applied, I believe, from Roborace. So I'm happy that next time and during the next round, not sure either like 6 and 7 round, but probably in the next round after it, we will have some dynamic obstacles, and yeah, it will be much more interesting.
Absolutely. We've got to keep you guys on your toes, haven't you? We've got to make it more difficult every time. That's why we're here, to challenge you guys as a team.
Yes.
But
Yes.
Ilya, congratulations, though. Seriously, great work from you and the team for these rounds 3 and 4. We can't wait to see where that leaves you at the end of today's competition.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we're going to hand back over now to our field reporter, Sof Fraval, who's hanging out with someone much better looking. Sof is with Kylie. How's it been going, team?
Us again. She was here with us yesterday. We're going to try to continue that conversation. we left off, we were talking a bit about the sensors in the car and the data that was acquired. And so I'm going to hand over to Kylie and talk a little bit about like what we do with all this data. What's the next step?
Yeah, so once we get all
Kylie.
this data for the car, we're doing some path planning. And path planning is, you know, we have the goal of generating a path for the car that allows the car to get to some desired location while avoiding as many obstacles as possible and collecting as many rewards as possible. And as we just saw with SIT, they're maneuvering around the track, and that's their path planning algo at work. And this is a team that I'm on, and we like to consider this as like the brain of the car. So I kind of like telling myself that I'm part of the brains of the brain. And we're trying to come up with the most optimal trajectory for this car on the racetrack.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely the brains behind the brains. I love it. So tell us a little bit about these algorithms. Like, are there, you know, how many algorithms are there? Or what are the fundamental algorithms that you guys have access to in these cars?
Yeah, so, you know, we have a couple of different options, and I'll actually show you guys two of them. So these are the most basic two. I'll talk about search-based and sample-based algorithms. So here, a search-based algorithm would take this track data that looks something like this. And what we're going to do is discretize it. So essentially lay a grid on top of it. And you can think of that as something that looks like this. And, you know, in the race scenario, we would have more points than just this. But for example, if we have our obstacles here, and we have some rewards here. Our goal in path planning is to get our car, which is this thing over here, to some goal point, some goal destination. And search-based planning is essentially taking this grid of points and trying to find a path from this start over here to this finish. And so you can imagine how in this grid, we're actually coming up with various different algorithms or various different paths that say, you know, our car is here, so we can go here, or we can go to this point, or we can go to this point. And these points basically represent navigatable areas on this track. And, you know, if we decide to take this route, we're allowed to go here, or here, or here, and so on. And because of this, we ultimately can get a bunch of different paths. You know, we could go up to this one, and then across, and there's one behind here. So this would crash into this obstacle, and we can keep going like this, and then maybe come down here. And we could also do another path that might take something closer to here, like that. Or we could come here, right, and do something similar to this, and get that collectible there. So you kind of get the idea of how, based on this grid, we can go a bunch of different paths, and those paths might or might not intersect the rewards and the obstacles. And I'll talk a little bit later about how we're actually going to choose which path to take once we're given all of these paths that successfully get from point A to point B here. And now let's talk a little bit about sample-based algorithms. So this is the second type of algorithm that's like super common in path planning. So again, we're given some track that looks like this, and we are given, you know, some obstacles like this, and some rewards, right? And again, here we have this goal of getting our car from the start to this end segment of this track. And in sample-based planning, we actually take advantage of how randomness works. And we use that randomness in order to decide where to go. So here, what we're going to do is we're choosing a bunch of different points on this track randomly. Let me make this a little bit bigger. So we might be choosing like this. So you can see how the difference here is we don't really have a set grid to follow, right? we're choosing all of these paths, and then we're choosing all of these points, and then what we're doing is we're connecting it to the nearest point that it's next to. You know, that one might be there. So it might look something like this. And even
Just
here,
curious,
you can
Kylie,
see how
someone was asking in the chat, what app is this? It looks like a really useful app
this is
to
Notability.
display stuff. Cool, awesome.
Yeah. So you can see how, you know, here we kind of get this path that looks like this, right? And here we have two different options. We can go this way or we can go this way. And, you know, you can imagine too that I've only chosen a couple of different random points, but in reality, we would have so many more, right? So we would have stuff that looks like this, and you can start seeing how this might find the shortest path, something like that. It could also, you know, maybe go through, didn't quite get that collectible, but imagine there's a point there. So then it would go through there, and, you know, it could get that. So we have a bunch of different options for paths when we do these, like, both sample-based and search-based planning. And so this is the concept of generating these paths so that we can evaluate them later and then choose to actually use.
What's your preference on if you were to choose between the two, just as a base?
If I were to choose between the two, you know, so that's a great question because both of these have pros and cons, right? So in search-based planning, we see that in this grid, these points are this far apart. And so you can imagine if there is, for example, a reward somewhere here, it's possible that the paths that we draw here totally miss this reward, right? Because we can go from this point to this point, from this point to this point, and there might never be an intersection if our points are too wide. Now, if our points are too small and they look like this, well, we're already doing a lot of computation with how many paths. And so if we have all of this for every single row, you know, like this, then we have a lot of different options and this grows like exponentially. And so then it becomes slower to figure out.
I think we're going to talk about those costs for the computation in the next segment, which is going to be really cool. But I was wondering, you know, it's kind of get the best of both worlds. What about doing some clustering around certain points you want to make a decision? I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think what you mean is, like, for example, if we do something like this, where, you know, the closer something is to a reward, we put more points around it, right? And this is exactly the kind of thinking that we do on the planning team. We're trying to take this grid and these basic ideas, basic algorithms that already exist in path planning, and we're trying to make them better so that we can win, right? And, you know, something like search-based planning, if we try to sample or we try to discretize this grid so that these points are more clustered around these reward points, it gets slightly more complicated because remember that these rewards aren't always in the same place, right? They change based on which round it and which collectibles and objects Roborace decides to put on the track. So we have to account for all of that. And when we discretize this grid, we can't really pre-process that information. But I think that your thinking is very much like the thinking that I would do when we're trying to come up with these algorithms to get from A to B in the fastest way possible, collecting as many rewards and avoiding obstacles as possible.
I love it. We got a question on the chat from Louis Bear Design. He's asking, is there a user-defined threshold for how far the AI can swerve to collect an object, or is that variable determined purely by the AI? So how
yeah,
quickly
so
can it
I
swerve
think
out of the way?
Yeah, so I think that there's two parts to this question. I think there's one, what has a path planning team told the AI? Like, what have we specified? You know, how far can we go out of its designated track to go and collect that collectible. And there's also a second component, right? Because if our car, for example, is if our car is right here and we're going like 100 kilometers an hour, there's no way we're going to be able to suddenly turn and get this reward, right? So there's also this component of controls and what is actually physically possible for the car.
Okay.
And
sorry, I got to jump in.
Under...
Really appreciate Kylie, you answering this question, especially from the chat. But we got to go to our next section. So yeah, we'll have you back though. Awesome. So looking forward to that. Thanks guys for watching all your questions. Don't forget to keep asking questions in the chat. Right. Thank you. Peace.
Thank you guys.
I am a flower. Yes, I'm beautiful. I've heard it before, and it never grows old. I'm worshipped for my looks, my scent, my looks. But here's the thing, life starts with me. You see, I feed people. Every fruit comes from me. Every potato, me. Every kernel of corn, me. Every grain of rice, me. Me, me, me. I know, but it's true. And sometimes I feed their souls. I am their words when they have none. I say I love you without a sound. I'm sorry without a voice. I inspire the greatest of them. Painters, poets, pattern makers. I've been amused at them all. But in my experience, people underestimate the power of a pretty little flower. Because their life does start with me. And it could end without me.
When you look at a DevBot, it's easy to think of it as just a car, but the DevBot 2.0 has as much in common with your average road car as a fighter jet has with a paper airplane. The DevBot takes many of the fundamentals found in road cars and turns them up to 11. In this episode, we're going to look at sensors. The DevBot has 4 main types of sensor: LiDAR, radar, camera, and GNSS. Camera. Now you might have one reversing camera on your car, helping to make sure you don't run over the neighbor's cat. But DevBot has 7 cameras and uses them to collect a 360-degree view around itself. This then allows the software to determine where it is and even what the road surface looks like ahead. LiDAR. Imagine if your eyes allowed you to see in all directions at once, and then, rather than guessing, you could always know the precise distance of objects in relation to you. That's what LiDAR can do. It stands for Light Detection and Ranging, and is a remote sensing method that uses light in the form of a pulsed laser to measure the world around it, generating a precise 3-dimensional shape of objects. Picture a super fast strobing laser light firing at a wall. The reflected light energy returns to the LiDAR sensor and is recorded, building up an image of the shape of that wall. DevBot has 4 LiDARs on board, 2 at the front and 2 at the side. Radar. Radar was once a tool only for the military. A shortening of radio detection and ranging, it was an invaluable tool for locating threats and providing advance warnings of the enemy's position and direction. The basic operation involves transmitting a high-frequency signal towards the location of a target and receiving signals reflected back. So it works in a similar way to LiDAR, but uses radio waves instead of light. The DevBot has 1 radar system on board, mounted at the front and allowing it to detect the presence and direction of objects ahead of it. GNSS. GNSS stands for Global Navigation Satellite Systems and is the standard term for satellite navigation systems that provide autonomous geospatial positioning with global coverage. This term includes GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, and others. Most road cars are fitted with a form of GPS for their satellite navigation systems, but the GNSS system on DevBot are military-grade, featuring an ultra-fast update rate and enabling a location accuracy of just 1 centimeter. In the future, Roborace cars will also be fitted with ultrasonic sensors, allowing them to race wheel-to-wheel with even greater precision. But for now, combining all of these 4 types of sensors allows DevBot to see the road ahead, to scan for objects in its path, to create a 3-dimensional image of those objects, and know with a 1 centimeter accuracy where it is on track.
Okay, we are almost set to go robo racing once again at Bedford Autodrome. Up next on track are the University of Pisa.
The 10-strong team from the University of Pisa's Research Center are pushing hard to be a serious contender this year. Team Pisa debuted at the 2017 Formula E Berlin E-Prix in the Human plus Machine Challenge, putting in competitive times and trailed the Technical University Munich by just 4 seconds. They were back in Season Alpha for the Localization Challenge at Salazone, but also missed the top spot by a matter of seconds. Team Pisa has grown and gained experience. Will this be their year? We're about to find out.
Well, I'm joined now by Danilo Caporale, the team principal for Team Pisa. Danilo, good to see you again today. Looking forward to seeing what you guys can put together on track. Just remind the viewers at home or wherever they are, what happened yesterday for you guys in round 3.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a bit of a technical issue. Basically, there were a couple of bugs left. And this compromised the safety of our run. That's why it was stopped. Actually, yeah, it is bad, but it's upgrading, massive upgrade of our code base, and we didn't have really much time to test it, so it was better to stop the race. And despite the result, we're happy with that. So.
Okay, so how much of that have you been able to address overnight, and how much of a better position are you in today, do you think?
So from the simulations we ran yesterday, it looks like the problems were solved, but yeah, so we're confident, but you never know. So of course we weren't expecting issues yesterday, and we are not expecting today, but you never know. So let's stay positive and hope everything goes well.
It seems that transition from the simulation to the race car, and you're not the only team to have found that difficulty as well, Danilo. It seems to be a tricky transition to make. There's a few variables in there.
Yeah, it should be easy actually, but especially now in the beginning, of season beta, there are still some things that we're learning how to manage this difference. So yeah. I've heard that also other teams had challenges, and I expect this to be better going ahead along the seasons. It's good that it happens now. We can solve it, let's say. So it's normal, I guess.
Well, that's what season beta is all about. It's also about seeing the car out on track. So we're looking forward to that now for you, Danilo, and we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully you can get a good run in today to help you with your future development. So good luck with that. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ciao.
See you later. Ciao. Okay.
The Acronis SIT Autonomous DevBot ready to roll out onto the track at Bedford Autodrome once again, although this time with the AI of Team Pisa. They've been downloading their driver into the car over the last few minutes, and we're expecting it to roll out any moment now. Really looking forward to this one. Rach, Andy, I think we're all rooting for Team Pisa here after their disappointment yesterday. It would be really nice to see them get some solid laps under their belt today.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can remember yesterday, if you did join us for round 3, they had some braking problems, didn't they? And also some steering problems. And we kind of questioned whether it was a Roborace fault or it was their own fault. And it did turn out that it was their AI's fault, unfortunately. But Danilo, again, always smiling, seemed pretty excited about what was in store for today. And hopefully they can just get a solid run under their belt, which I hope doesn't mean they're too cautious, Andy.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't blame them for being a bit cautious, would you? Because, as you say, they've only completed one run. They're actually one of 2 teams who have only completed one event, MIT being the other one. So they really need some mileage under their belt, don't they? They need to get to the end of this without any problems and make sure that their systems work. This is their only real chance to test whether that's the case, and yeah, the more laps that they get out there in competition, the better. You're right there, Rachel. I'm really rooting for them. I want to see as many of the teams get out there and do some runs, just so that we've got an idea of what the natural pecking order is. We thought all along we knew who the fast teams were and who teams with the most to gain were, but we're still a little unsure because so many of them are hitting problems. So yeah, hopefully they can get through this cleanly and we'll see exactly where in the pecking order they lie.
It's difficult to judge the track conditions from where we are, Andy, but just looking at the footage there, it certainly doesn't seem to be getting any worse. The weather is not ideal down in Northamptonshire at the minute, but the track looks to be not too bad. A little bit mixed, few dry patches forming now, so I'm not sure that's going to make any massively positive impact on the lap time, but at least it won't have a negative impact, let's say. You know, there's no standing water and there's no rain to contend with either.
Yeah, it's getting a bit better, I think, isn't it? The standing water is the main thing. I noted earlier on there was some standing water on the inside at, I think it was turn 1 and 2, but that seems to have gone now. So the conditions should be quicker out there now. The question is whether the teams are going to be willing to push it. We've already seen what happens when a team is a bit too aggressive on braking, in particular with ARG earlier on this morning. So although in theory the track is quicker now, I'm not sure we're going to see the teams really wanting to push the envelope just yet.
Mm.
Well, this is the
One
track,
thing we didn't
though,
get to really... Sorry, Rach, we've done it again.
I was going to say, jumping at the same time.
Yeah.
Our brains must be working in sync over here, even though we're 100 miles apart. But it was...
well, the good thing is that we are 100 miles apart, because normally you give me a one at over you, so at least you can't do that, Rach.
Yeah, well, you know, I know we'd all love to be together if we could. One day we'll find a track we're allowed to be. But it was quite interesting when it said the simulation didn't necessarily mimic, I guess, the track conditions, because you'd have thought at this level they'd be able to, you know, to be on a simulator which really did basically give an exact run of what the track was going to be. But obviously at this stage, their AI, it can't learn as it drives, can it? It learns as it drives, doesn't it, in terms of giving information back to the team. But it's not like us humans where you can kind of pick up information as you go. But you can see that Reese is in the car at the moment, and some of the teams do opt to keep him in just as a precautionary measure. And I think that Team Pisa are going to keep him in for a couple of laps just to see how things go, which is quite as smart, isn't it, Andy?
Yeah, we saw a couple of teams, I think Pisa might have been one of them yesterday, do this. The plan is, I think, if things are looking good, then they will stop and get him out and then go at full speed. So we can see the car is moving now. So this officially is its first attempt at the run. But in a way, it would be good if it wasn't, because that means that they're actually happy with the way that the system's working and they can get the car lined up again for that second attempt. So speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour for now. And all is not going quite right, because it almost drives straight off the circuit at turn 1, and then it scares itself and it stops. And this is, unfortunately, not an ideal start to Pisa's run. It didn't actually go off the track, I don't think, but it thought it was, I reckon, or maybe Reese thought it was. What we don't know is whether Reese maybe jumped in there to save it from going on the grass. I don't know what the override system is, whether or not he can just literally grab the wheel. It's moving again now, but is it moving in autonomous mode or not? I can't see the light on the top of the car. It's still stuck at 50. No, it's going above it now, so it must be, the light isn't shining, so it's back under the control of Reese Smith, our safety driver at Roborace. Not a good sign, that really, is it? It looks as though there are still some problems. Now, is it the same problem as yesterday? Is it this, they were having this oscillation, weren't they? A bit of a shaking coming from the brakes, from the steering, and it was Reese actually that noticed it yesterday. They had him in the car, and he was able to feel that and realise that something wasn't quite right. So the car stopped and he assumed control, and it looks like the same kind of thing has happened again here, because I reckon Reese is about to drive it back into the garage once more. But this does look as though it might have been a reappearance of the issues yesterday. We touched on this yesterday, didn't we? But it's so hard for these teams to, as we can see, actually there it is, Reese driving the car, just to point that out. See from the onboard view, he pulls it back into the garage. It's so hard for the teams to work on diagnosing problems and, more importantly, fixing them, because they're not here. They are thousands of miles away. It adds that extra layer of complexity on top of what is already an incredibly complex sport. So solving these problems is just not that easy to do, and as a result we're hearing now they are suffering from the same problems as they had yesterday. So this brake and steering oscillation, they've changed the software since yesterday, but it is unfortunately not a problem they've been able to fix. So they brought the car back into the garage, guys. They're going to try and get the car fixed if they can, or get the, not car fixed, but get the problem with their software fixed. And if they can, they'll get back out there for a second attempt, but that will officially now count, I think, as their first attempt at round number 4. So back into the pit lane they go, and hopefully we will see them again shortly. Well, the car is leaving the garage again. This is fantastic news because it means that Team Pisa, with just over half of their 30-minute time window, are getting back out on track. Now, the latest news that we've got is that they're going to try another slow run with Reese, the safety driver, on board. They're going to lower the speed from 50 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour. And that will be the run out for the first couple of months. And then hopefully they'll be able to stop and up the speed again. We think it's going to take anything, well, they ideally would want to leave themselves about 9 or 10 minutes, I think, to re-wrap and go again. So we'll see if they're able to do that. Now out of the way to check that the car will. In fact, that plan is changing already, as is often the case with Roborace. It's a fast developing series, and they're now going to take Reese out of the car straight away. So that's good news. He's certainly making his way around the track to get them back in position to start the run, and they're just going to give it a go. What I don't know is if they're going to stick to this 40 kilometre an hour speed limit for this, or whether they are going to try and go a bit quicker. News on that as and when we get it, but regardless, they are going to be in autonomous mode here then, so we shall see. We'll be learning as you lot are learning as well. We don't know exactly what we're about to see here from Team Pisa, but the car is stopped in the staging area, which is just behind the start finish line, as you can see. Important that it gets parked in the right place as well. If it's not, that can often confuse the ADS software. There are the Roborace technicians watching on from the pit garage. So this seems ambitious to me, because it all went wrong earlier on when they did have Reese in the car, and now they're jumping straight from that to taking him out of the car altogether. So they're obviously pretty confident that whatever they're planning to do over the next 10 minutes or so is going to work. Otherwise, I don't think they'd be allowed to go into full autonomous mode without a safety driver in the car, especially given this is, as I've made the point earlier on, the only functioning car we have here today, because there are these braking issues with the other dev bots. So this is a slightly nervous situation, I think, for Team Pisa. Italian team, the only Italian team in season beta of Roborace. Pisa University, from where the students running the team hail from, was established back in the 1300s. It's the oldest university represented in Roborace, one of the oldest universities around, I would imagine. And it is a university and a city, indeed, with some real scientific heritage. The first Italian computer, the Calculatrice Elettronica Pisana, was created there back in the 50s. Also the birthplace of Galileo Galilei, and as well as scientific advancements. Any part of Italy you go to, motoring and motorsport in particular, as a real primary concern, and Italy's long and illustrious history with motorsport, hoping to be continued here in this new era of motorsport through Team Pisa. Right then, about 3 or 4 seconds before the car heads off, we are sat on board with the car. Well, now we're not, but we were. We're in autonomous mode, and we're about to get going. Round number 4 for Team Pisa. Off it goes, and does it make it through the first corner? That is the big question. We just don't know. The speed builds to 40 and stays there, so they are going to limit themselves to 40 kilometers an hour, at least for the time being. They have the option to up that speed limit from lap to lap, but they need to just be a little more cautious here, I think. Right, through the first corner and out of the first corner. That's progress. So we're heading towards turn 2 now. Can we get 2 in a row? On board again as the car moves its way into the right-hander, takes a wider line there, gives the curb on the inside berth, but this is getting dangerously close to a chain of corners here. You can see, though, from that on-board picture, the steering wheel really rattling around. I don't think it's supposed to do that, but they're obviously quite happy that it's not going to do any more damage. Let's see if it does it again here through turn number 3. Of course, there are lots of microscopic steering inputs being put in by the AI driver. It doesn't necessarily look pretty, but I think it's supposed to be a bit smoother than that. Anyway, they are out of turn number 3. It's taken them over a minute, but they are halfway round their first lap. If they keep going at 40 kilometres now, though, they are at risk, I think, of not making it around here in time. Not sure how much time they've got left on that of their 30-minute window. We were saying 9 or 10 minutes, but that was averaging sort of 60 or 70 kilometres an hour. Yesterday, ARG did a 50 kilometre an hour run, and that took them 14 minutes, and they've got just about 10 minutes left here, have Universiti di Pisa, and they're going slower than ARG were. So, not the most spectacular lap, this, but again, looking at the positives here, this is progress. The car is making it round, albeit at a reduced speed, and I'd be surprised if they are able to make full use of the metaverse on the next lap, although we'll find that out in a moment, I suppose. But yeah, this is at least better than they've managed so far this week. They didn't do any laps yesterday. They didn't look as though they were going to get any in today either. Their first lap time, for what it's worth then, is about to be completed. And a limit of 40 kilometres an hour, the car is crawling across the finish line, enters into the metaverse now. It was a 2-minute 23 lap time. They've got 9 minutes and 40 seconds left. And they're lapping at, what, 2 minutes and 20. So, doing some quick maths, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, I don't think they're going to do this, are they? I don't think they're going to get their 6 laps in if they stay at 40 kilometres an hour, but we'll see if that is what they do. So through the first sequence of corners, the metaverse is in action now, but the car is not deviating from its line in order to get the collectibles, so I think it will just be focusing on getting the 6 laps in cleanly. Roborace are going to let them finish or keep running until the time runs out, but obviously once that time does run out, you are unfortunately not classified as a finisher. Through turn number 3, one thing that I might find interesting, and I appreciate not many other people will, I'll be interested to see whether each lap is an identical time, because in theory it should be. They're running 40 kilometres an hour through pretty much all parts of the circuit, so see just how consistent the AI systems are. Are they capable of literally lapping identically from one lap to the next? These are the kind of sad and boring things that I find interesting, but that is a big part of the AI programming, is not just getting outright speed, but consistency. Clearly we're not going for outright speed here, but consistent lap times should still be possible. So the Universiti di Pisa car, you can see they've picked up a couple of these obstacles now as well, so the obstacles are generally speaking on the racing line, and then you have to go off the racing line to avoid them and to get the collectibles. They might pick a couple of the rings up here, looks like they will. So maybe a bit of time saved there, but each collectible is only worth a second, whereas the obstacles add 5 seconds on. So they've gained 3 seconds and lost 10. So that's a net loss of 7 seconds at the moment. Well, no, that's changing again now because they got a few more collectibles. That's a bit more like it. So now only a couple of seconds being lost. But of course, they're going very slowly anyway. So coming to the start-finish line, and I'm hearing now that they are actually going to stop the car a little bit early because they... well, I'm not sure if it's because there's a problem or they just have realised they're not going to get the laps in time. But yeah, the car is stopping. They've only got 7 minutes left on the clock, so I think they've realised they're not going to get those 6 laps in, and so they've decided to basically call it a day rather than waste everyone's time, which is very kind of them. But I'm sure they would have quite liked to gather a bit more data. Maybe they've realised that they fixed the problem and now they can just start on working towards the next round. So, well, a bit of an anticlimax there for Team Pisa, but they got out there. They got a couple of laps done. They managed to stay on the track, didn't do any damage, and that, for a team that is still sort of its feet in Roborace, will be deemed a success, I think. So Team Pisa then will not finish round number 4, but they still learnt a lot, which hopefully they can put into practice next time out.
Matt, it wasn't to be, was it, again for Team Pisa? They had some more problems with their software, similar to what we saw in round 3 from them when they had those braking and steering issues. They went out ready and raring to go today with 50 kilometers per hour, their max speed limit. They had problems, so came back into the garage, once again reset, and then actually brought that speed limit down to 40 kilometers per hour. But in the end, they were just going to run out of time. They realised that, and so just quit when they were ahead and only managed to get 2 laps in the end under their belt. I'm sure when we speak to Danilo shortly, he'll have something to say about that. But if he is like he usually is, he'll probably still be smiling, even though inside he's raging and would love to have got a time on the board today.
Yeah, I think at 40 kilometres an hour, they would have still been going when it got dark tonight to get their laps in, wouldn't they? So it was only right that they stopped it. But hey, great effort from the guys to solve the problems that they had yesterday. And I'm sure, as you said, you're going to speak to Danilo shortly. He's the glass half full kind of guy. So they'll take the positives. But as it stands, maximum speed for them, 50.9 kilometres an hour. So they slot into our table. Unfortunately, at the bottom of the pile, they nudge ARG up 1 spot. So Autonomous Racing Graz will probably be the only people who will take the positives out of that one. But yeah, as you said, disappointment for Universita di Pisa, but plenty to build on, some laps in the bank for next time out.
Danilo, we need to stop meeting like this when Team Pisa have not had the best runs. I mean, such a shame. Again, you seem to have the same problems that you had in round 3 out there just now with the braking and the steering for run 1 attempt. Was that the case?
Actually, waiting to see that, but no, it was not the same problem. The problems was fixed from yesterday, but now there was kind of the same, but in a different spot, let's say. So we were having oscillations in the throttle, and this affected also the steering a bit. And it's something trivial, also because in some parts of the track it didn't happen. So yeah, it was really frustrating because it's the kind of thing that few hours of testing just fix without any problems. But it is what it is. So yeah, today it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously the team and yourself decided to go back out for a second attempt, even though you knew the time was clocking down. You then changed your speed from 50 kph max to 40 kph max. Were things going a little bit more smoother on that run anyway? How would you assess the second take?
The problem was that the second run actually just a test to confirm that the problem was. And it was a problem when entering the turn, let's say. At reduced speed, this problem didn't show up. So it's something now we know where to look at. So it should be an easy fix, but yeah, we needed this test, let's say, this run to see it. So it happened. Of course, very frustrating. Actually, in the end, I asked to stop the car because it's a shame to see it's kind of slow, but. It is what it is. Today it went like this, so it is what it is.
Yeah, slightly painful, isn't it, seeing it just going around at 40 kph, and we know it can go at a top speed of 230 kph in full autonomous mode if it was to get the chance to do so. So Danilo, take us through to the next round, round 5. I mean, obviously you want to iron out any of the problems that we've had here, but is there anything else that you and the team are looking to implement next time out?
Yeah, actually, even now, we're working a lot on performance of the car. So we want to really increase our performance overall. So we really want to go much faster. And to do this, we will have to, of course, to have some tests before the next event. So we will have to work a lot on that side to avoid that these problems will win again on this side. Of course, right now it's a bit complex, to get track time and test time due to the overall situation in the world, but I'm sure we'll figure something out. And yeah, I'm positive for next races we should see a better show, hopefully. So at least for us, hopefully.
Well, you haven't lost your humour and your good spirit, Danilo. I can say that. And yeah, we really wish you can get some more track testing in so that you guys can, you know, reach your full potential. But well done again for rounds 3 and 4, and we can't wait to see what you and the team have next time out. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank you, Danilo. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Well, we're joined now by Lewis Nastro, who is the Director of Technical and Business Solutions at Trimble Autonomy Division, a new sponsor in Roborace. It's great to have you along to join the Roborace family. Lewis, first of all, just give us a little insight, if you would, into your activities and your interest in Roborace.
So in our interest in Roborace, I mean, at Trimble, we talk about how our products connect both the physical and digital representations of the world. And participating in Roborace, I feel, is the embodiment of that statement. Autonomous vehicles, you know, as you know, need to perceive an environment digitally and make decisions. So products like our GNSS inertial solutions, which derive accurate pose estimation, our sensor fusion, perception, and RTX are vital parts of that process. We were also drawn by the breadth of partners and teams participating in this truly global event. So together, we aim to contribute in expanding the development of autonomous technologies in a very unique environment. From a personal perspective, I've always been a fan of motorsports. So combining that and my passion for autonomous vehicle development made participating in Roborace a fantastic opportunity.
How important do you think it is that we have an entertainment product like Roborace, which is effectively, of course, what it is, in terms of getting the buy-in from the public into this new technology and perhaps easing some of the fears that they might have about robots taking over the world, or you know, this kind of natural human instinct to worry about change or fear change?
Yeah, it's a very good point, and I think the approach is very novel. It makes the technology approachable. Everybody loves gaming, but you know, in making that logical link between having autonomous vehicles participate in a virtual world, it shows people that yes, the technology works. It's done so in an entertaining fashion, and there is some apprehension with the technology, understandably so. But this is a good format to going a long way to alleviating some of those concerns.
And can you tell us a little bit more? We've had some inquiries about Applanix. I think a lot of people out there are interested in that. Just give us a bit more detail about that, if you would.
Sure. So Applanix is a Trimble company and has for 30 years provided precision position and orientation solutions. We are divided up between land applications, airborne, marine, and indoor. So our solutions have been used to geo-reference data from a myriad of sensors in applications such as seafloor mapping, airborne remote sensing after natural disasters, mapping underground, and providing critical position orientation data for map databases that you and I use in our cars every day. So in 2005, we started our first client projects in vehicle dynamics testing, ADAS sensor development testing, and ultimately autonomous vehicles. The initial contribution was precision, position, and orientation, but it grew to encompass aiding our clients with complex sensor integration, precise timing of sensor data, and over the past 5 years, developing localization capabilities for autonomous vehicles so we can utilize the sensor data from the vehicle itself as a source of observables to output precision pose estimation, both for on-road and off-road vehicles in very demanding conditions. We've also added perception capabilities to our stack, which provides critical situational awareness, and that adds more value to our clients in linking that critical capability to our tightly coupled pose estimation. So if you look at the toolbox, if you will, it's using GNSS, inertial, map-based localization data, which provides the optimal combination of accuracy, redundancy, repeatability, and that's obviously important in operating autonomous vehicles. And we can tailor the performance, taking into consideration the specific vehicle and the use case.
Oh, well, I mean, I think it's pretty clear how all that could be applied to Roborace, and also it's really exciting to hear that as well as we look to this competition to develop in the future. We're all really looking forward to seeing what happens there. Just one final then quick question for you, Lewis, in terms of the competition. I'm sure you've been watching it with a keen eye over the first couple of rounds of season beta. What have you made of the actual racing on track?
The actual racing on track, actually, it reminds me of the first days of the DARPA Grand Challenge when we started getting into it in 2005. And it has a similar feel. Just the ingenuity and the teams, how they're coming up with their algorithms and the approach as to how to get the best times around the track. It's just been exciting to see. And it takes me back to the heady days of DARPA, as I said before, in 2005. It's bringing back a lot of great memories, and we're hoping to build more memories with Roborace as we embark on this partnership.
Here, and we're really glad that you're joining us on this journey, Lewis, and look forward to seeing what you guys bring to the party in the future.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today.
Likewise. Thanks, Lewis. Enjoy the racing. Bye for now.
Well, so much action here, round 4 of Roborace season beta, but it's time now to hand over to Soph, who's been keeping up with everybody's thoughts and opinions over on Twitch.
We've got Ivan and Chip, and they're both Roborace officers. So yeah, Ivan is the Chief Metaverse Officer. It's a really cool title, by the way. I want that as well. And Chip is the Chief Championship Officer. So welcome, guys. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's great when you can make your own titles.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to ask a first question we got for Chip. Just basically, how'd you get involved in Roborace? What's the story there?
Yeah, I've been involved in motorsport most of my career, and that is, creating championships. So and I've always tried to do something new. And when I learned about Roborace and I followed it for a while, I mean, it's the biggest challenge in sport. To do something with robots and have them in edge case scenarios, I was fascinated by. So that's what attracted me to Roborace, because it was a big challenge. It's never been done before. The coolest thing is when we go to racetracks with the cars, many times we're doing something that simply has never been done in history before, and that's the cool thing about it. Whether it be metaverse or the cars running on robotics or different edge case scenarios. So that's the attraction is creating something all new that ultimately will benefit consumers and save lives. That's what we're here to learn about and here to do.
I love it. That's pretty much why I'm involved in it too. I just love the idea. So Ivan, I got a question for you. Thank you, Chip. And what is the metaverse to you? What we see on the screen, what more is it that we can't see?
Yeah, absolutely.
About the metaverse.
Yeah. It's absolutely much more than like people think it is. Basically, it's like technically speaking, it's a complex system of hardware and software components which are interconnected into real-time data network by low latency connectivity protocols. And what you see on the screen is like only one part of the metaverse. It is a so-called representation framework. It basically allows us to see, to observe the performance, to see infused objects into a physical world. So we see this like mixed world. But for the machines, for the cars, we have, it doesn't require this. So this is basically created for us, for humans, to interact with it, to observe it, to react on it. And there is another big part, which is data distribution framework. And basically it's also consists of the several companies such as like Boosted V2X, for example. So it's a radio network. So we distribute the data about the cars with like high frequency. So each car get the information about another car and every single object on the track side once it appears, like 100 times per second. And that is basically why we call it boosted, because regular V2X, like it's 3-5 times per second. And in addition to that, we also allowed with this V2X, like we utilize it for full and transferring. For example, during the race, you can see the POV from the cabin of the racing car. So this is also transmitted via V2X network, which is great, absolutely. So there is no need to create another dedicated network for the video production. And there is actually mission logic behind. So mission logic defines, like for the specific mission, like today we have static objects appearing in a specific conditions, like 200 meters, no closer, no farther, but 200 meters in front of the vehicle car appearing it. So game logic follows this, activates those objects, observe the collisions, detect it, and allows us to see it. Basically, it sends information to the rendering machine. And the curious thing that this rendering machine is in Moscow, and the happening, as you know, guys, is at Bedford. So it's a long trip, but even with this, we manage to almost synchronize it. You see, we are improving, not even day by day, but run by run. We are trying to find this golden approach where all in sync. So yeah, so
cool.
What I'm trying to say is basically much more than just AI overlay in sync.
That's super amazing. I'm curious about the latency of all that stuff, but I want to give Chip a chance to answer a question too. So thank you so much, Ivan.
Yeah, sure.
So Chip, what's the ultimate goal for you with Roborace? What do you want to see out of this?
Yeah, that's easy. For us, the goal with Roborace is multi-agent racing, so multi-vehicles on the track interacting with each other. I mean, and the true goal of Roborace is to provide a platform for teams and companies to come test edge case scenarios. So in our last event, in the last runs we saw at Bedford, MIT, for instance, our newest team, and they've only been working on this a couple months, have come up with a kind of a novel approach to the way they control the car with the algorithm, and that's exactly what we want to see. You know, the team that might be furthest ahead in our championship from a development standpoint is the team that really hasn't even competed yet, and that might be Carnegie Mellon. We just don't know. They're trying something completely new. And they weren't even able to run in Bedford because they're trying something completely new. But it might be the magic bullet that changes autonomous driving forever. And that's the exciting thing about what we do, is providing that platform to innovate. And all of those innovations go to creating something that's road relevant and making autonomous road cars safer. So the ultimate goal with Roborace and what we're doing is to provide the platform to get it to the point where autonomous cars can be running everywhere around the world, and we bring traffic fatalities down to 0.
I love that. That's totally, I'm 100% in alignment with you on that one. So yeah, thank you so much, Chip. And just a quick question for you, Ivan. So yeah, Chip mentioned the multiple vehicles on the track at the same time. So what kind of things should we see in store for next season? I mean, is this going to be implemented for next season 1, I guess it's called?
Yeah, guys. So what we are doing now is step by step. We implementing from simple objects like static objects, as you can observe today, to complex objects. So next runs we expect multiple objects on the track side. They which has pretty basic movement physics. So they go along the straight line or crossing the line in a certain angle. And going forward, we unveil the ghost vehicle. So ghost vehicle will represent the same physics as physical vehicle, but it's much cheaper, as you can mention. So when physical vehicle is competing with ghost vehicle, and the hit won't damage the physical vehicle, so we won't lose another 70K. So once this step is passed by all the teams, we then will be able to introduce like multiple wheel-to-wheel competitions with multiple physical vehicles on track. And at that point, yeah, we will be able to provide like more complex gamification and real-time interactivity with the audience.
Really, really cool. All right, well, thanks so much, both of you guys. Ivan, awesome answer. And yeah, we're going to cut right now, but super excited to talk to you, and yeah, can't wait to talk to you some more. And keep the questions coming, guys. Awesome. Peace.
Yeah, thanks, Sof. Yeah, cheers.
Welcome. Cheers.
This is DevBot 2.0. At the core is a Janetta LMP3 chassis, a class-dominating prototype that was stripped of everything: drivetrain, engine, gearbox, and driver. Roborace took the core chassis and fitted a bespoke electrical powertrain, cutting-edge sensor technology, and, using innovation from the farthest reaches of autonomous driving, created a custom-made racing platform capable of competing on track by itself. It's an all-electric racing car, generating over 350 bhp and able to sustain speeds of 150 miles per hour in full autonomous mode. It has 4 types of autonomous driving sensors: GPS, LiDAR, camera, and radar. It needs all of them to accurately drive itself at these ultra-high speeds on track. With a small nod to its Le Mans ancestry, the DevBot can be fitted with a human driver's seat to help accelerate the pace of learning when not in competition mode. But this is race weekend, and human drivers are not welcome in this motorsport. This is Roborace.
So 3 teams have completed their attempts for round 4, which means we're past the halfway stage. Next up, a team who were on a real roll after Thruxton, but that roll came to a grinding halt through no fault of their own yesterday in round 3. Will we see them fight back today and reclaim their place at the top of the pile? This is Arrival Racing.
Team Arrival Racing are arguably one of the most experienced teams in Roborace, having been part of the competition since the very beginning. They were a strong contender in the 2019 Season Alpha Championship, taking wins through the year and becoming one of the top teams. Arrival Racing proved they have the speed and reliability and have been working throughout the off-season in preparation for the 2020 Season Beta. Expect them to be fast from the first lap.
And from Arrival Racing, we're joined now by Alexei Skabelkin, the team principal. Alexei, good to see you again. You're looking much happier than when we last spoke yesterday. You were understandably frustrated with the way that things ended with a night to sleep on it. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, we feel pretty good. We've a little bit debugged our software and found a couple of, let's say, points of improvements in terms of starting trajectory in there. And also we are hope that this will be like a revanche from the previous day. And today everything should be fine.
Conditions look quite difficult to judge. Are you going to be taking risks today, or are you going to be quite conservative?
Yeah, we also were quite surprised by SIT success yesterday. So honestly, right now we want to be a bit risky, and we put like a bit higher limits than like we wanted to like yesterday. So yeah. Hopefully everything will be fine here.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that then, because this is shaping up to be a really interesting race between you guys and SIT. Do you feel like if there's no problems today, that your driver is capable of edging SIT out? Do you feel like you've got the advantage as long as everything stays on track?
Yeah, we have perfect stability control and very good path planning. So yeah, I think we can definitely beat the SIT here.
Okay, we like it. We like the optimism. We'll get into some trash talking maybe later in the season, Alexei. We'll leave that for now, though, and wish you the very best of luck today.
Okay, thanks, mate. Cheers.
Good man. Thanks, Alexei. Well, I really like that from Alexei. I don't know about you guys, but optimism, but also that competitive edge as well, Rach and Andy, that we want to see here. And I think this is the kind of the head-to-head that we were expecting this weekend. And let's hope we get it, because we've already seen a really strong run from SIT. And as Alexei said there, Arrival Racing ready to pick up the gauntlet now.
Matt, so unlike you, not to push a little bit more and trying to get a little bit more out of him there to say,
I'm saving it.
You know, a bit of trash talking. I thought, come on, he's just been given it on a plate here, and you didn't take it.
I'm saving it, Rachel. I'm saving it. I'm keeping some powder dry.
Okay, very unlike you, Matt. Andy, if you don't know Matt, he does like to kind of get the wooden spoon out sometimes and just stir it up a little bit.
There's nothing wrong with stirring the pot a little bit, Matt. Adds to the drama, doesn't it? I quite agree.
Yeah,
well, no, I love it. More of it. I expected more of it.
The mood on the car is still pretty good. I don't want to turn it to angry just before it sets off, Rich. You know what I mean? Not yet, anyway.
No, I agree. This is going to be exciting, though, isn't it? I love that you just said we've got a bit of competition on our hands right now. And Alexei and the team at Arrival seem really confident, and they should be, with the form they have behind them.
So there's Arrival Racing then out onto the track in the SIT car. Andy, I'm afraid you don't get your wish this time. This is a little bit confusing, because we're seeing the two main competitors, the AI driver of Arrival Racing in the car. It is, of course, the Roborace DevBot, but it is in the livery of their main rivals this weekend, Acronis SIT, and this is going to be really interesting to watch. An extra element there as well.
Yeah, us commentators are a simple bunch. We're easily confused as it is, and at some point over the next 10 minutes or so, I'm more than likely going to refer to this as the SIT Autonomous Squad. If I do, just ignore me. Most people tend to anyway. I am interested to see how this goes, guys, because looking at the lap times from yesterday, obviously Arrival didn't complete all 6 laps. They did complete a couple. They had 1 free lap and 1 metaverse lap time to compare to SIT. Well, today, SIT were quicker than Arrival Racing by about 2 seconds on their free laps, and they were quicker than Arrival Racing by about 3 seconds on one of their metaverse laps as well. So, in other words, SIT have proven today they can go quicker than Arrival Racing went yesterday. So if Arrival are going to win today, they have to step it up again. This is the level of competition we wanted, and this is what will spur on the rate of development with this technology. You know, if they were all out there testing independently all around the world, they wouldn't really know how quick the technology could go. But now they're being pushed by each other. When Arrival see SIT do something, they have to try and do one better, and then SIT will try and do the same thing, and all of the other teams are running to try and catch up as well, and going to develop this technology hopefully over the next few years to the point at which we can have it in our cars and we can have a fully autonomous racing series. It's this competition that is so vital to the development process. So yeah, Matt, in theory, I think there's every chance that SIT could get a double victory this weekend because they can go quicker than Arrival, but can they avoid the curse of the Bedford Autodrome and get their 6 laps in? They're one of only 2 teams that managed it yesterday, the only one that managed it at speed. Even though they won yesterday, Matt, I don't think they're going to be resting on their laurels.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think we are going to see the limits pushed. I think the confidence that Alexei has in the in their coding, in their software, is going to give them that extra little push today. And as I said, give them the just that confidence really to push the boundaries. And we're still a long way from the limit of what this car is capable of on track, for sure. But it does seem that within the boundaries, within that window of improvement that we know that exists, we're going to see Arrival Racing just take it to the next level now. And this is going to be really interesting to watch as we see Reese jump into the support car and vacate the track, and the car sits out there alone. And Andy, it's back over to you, mate. This is going to be good.
Yeah, I'm subconsciously, I think, have inched further forward on my seat. I'm literally on the edge of my seat here with excitement, waiting to see what happens. Arrival Racing with quite a lot to prove. They had their issues yesterday that were, to an extent at least, out of their hands, and it's put them on the back foot. Of course, not only did they lose some points to SIT yesterday, they also haven't had as much track time as SIT have because they didn't complete their full run. So this is a bit of a step into the unknown, perhaps, for Arrival Racing, but with 26 minutes left on the clock, they are about to launch off the line, I think, and the DevBot 2.0 will burst into action any second. Now, away it goes, and this is Arrival Racing then, the current points leaders. And again, they make that quite aggressive swerve to the left-hand side of the road as they run into the first corner. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about, but we saw the car do it yesterday as well. Round turn number 1. The time to beat, remember, is a clear time of 7 minutes 51, so that's the time in the box. But really, it's the time underneath that matters, and SIT did a 6:48.158. That is the target time once the Metaverse collectibles are taken into account. We also saw a top speed from SIT down this back straight of 141 kilometres an hour. So let's see whether or not Arrival Racing can beat that. This London-based team on home ground for the first few events of the season, really looking to try and maximise their points advantage. Up to 130 kilometres, 147. So that looks as though it might have been a bit quicker than SIT. But it's not all about straight line performance. You've got to carry the speed through the turns. And I think Arrival carried a bit more momentum through that chicane there than we've seen from certainly a lot of the other teams. What is this first lap time going to be then? And the first lap for SIT from a standing start was a 1:19. This is going to be quicker. Absolutely, this is going to be quicker. Arrival Racing across the line with a 1:15 from a standing start. That is almost the fastest lap we've seen all day. It's about a second slower than SIT's fastest lap from earlier on, but that was not set from a standing start. So already they are up by a few seconds. Right, into the Metaverse. Remember, SIT got 63 collectibles and did not hit any obstacles. So that could be the deciding factor here. Even if Arrival are quicker, they can still be beaten if they don't use the Metaverse to the full extent. Take a wide line there through turn number 3. Now, SIT got every one of those collectibles, so do Arrival. So that's a good points haul there, out onto the back straight, and they are at 13. I seem to remember SIT being on 13 at this point of their run too. Speed builds again, up to 130. Can we beat 147? No, 142, and a slightly interesting line there going into the chicane. Car definitely looks aggressive though, doesn't it? The way that it changes direction, the way that it's braking late, accelerating early, weaving around, very quick direction change there from one side of the road to the other to get those collectibles. And we're into the 20s now already, taking a tight line through the last corner to avoid those obstacles on the outside. And then out onto the pit straight we go again. Right, lap number 2 is in the books, and that was a 1:16. That is, yeah, quite comfortably quicker than any of Team Acronis SIT's Metaverse laps. So Arrival, they're scoring just as well as SIT, but they're going quicker. Barring any problem, it might be a race-winning time, but we're only a third of the way through. 2 of the 6 laps completed, and we're now back into another free lap with no obstacles and collectibles to worry about. And how quickly can they go? Back through the third turn. The track is getting a little bit drier, isn't it? But actually, that's a very wide line being taken by Arrival there, almost the wet racing line that they're taking. Trying to find a little bit more grip maybe to the outside of the road. But it certainly gives you a good slingshot onto this next straight, doesn't it? Where again, the speed races up 148, I think I saw there, but we'll wait for official confirmation of that later. Arrival then out through the chicane again. So their first free lap was a 1:15. The fastest free lap we've seen so far today is a 1:14 from Team Acronis SIT, and it was on this equivalent lap, the third lap of their run. Can Arrival beat that? Well, they're not just going to beat it, they're going to obliterate it with a 1:10, 4 seconds quicker than anyone else has gone today. Arrival Racing are showing the way once again, right into the second half of their run, and this is where things started to go south yesterday, wasn't it? In fact, it was on the third lap that they slowed down, so they've already gone a little bit further than they did 24 hours ago, weaving themselves around those obstacles, virtual obstacles, of course. That's the joy of the metaverse. We can't actually see them trackside, but oh, that was wide, and that was a problem. That was a mistake. Arrival Racing, it's gone wrong again in trying to take an aggressive line around the outside at turn 3. I think they got a wheel on the grass maybe, or they locked the brakes, but they were trying to get those collectibles. To get to them though, they had to go round an obstacle, and it left them with only just enough room to squeeze between the obstacle and the edge of the road. They ended up hitting the obstacle anyway, and it's forced the car to stop. So Arrival Racing yet again have run into trouble, but this one I think might have been of their own making. Now, can they get the car fired up? Remember, they can do this again. They have a maximum of 2 attempts that they can make, as long as they get them both in within the 30-minute window. So if they can work out what it was that caused that issue, they can see, look, nearly 21 minutes still to go. So not panic stations just yet, but they've got to get the car recovered, get it back to the garage, reload everything, make sure that the same issue is not going to strike once more. But that, I think, is exactly what myself, Matt and Rachel were talking about just before this run started. They knew, did Arrival Racing, that they would have to push the limits of what their AI is capable of in order to beat SIT. When we said that SIT had put the pressure on Arrival earlier on, they really had. Arrival had to up their game, and maybe they were taking risks that they weren't really comfortable with, and it seems that that has come back to bite them. The car just it was taking the wide line to get the collectibles, but it's maybe a bit slippery out there. There's certainly less room for error if you make a mistake, and they were just carrying so much speed. They were trying to negotiate the metaverse at a higher pace than the other teams, and that was sort of demonstrated by the fact that their first metaverse lap was some 4 seconds quicker. In fact, no, it was their first metaverse lap was second quicker than SIT's first metaverse lap. So that's how much more aggressive they were being, and unfortunately for Arrival Racing, it looks as though it's caused them some problems. So they're going to recover the car then, get it back into the garage, and hopefully they'll be able to get out and have another go. They've still got just under 2/3 of their 30-minute time window remaining, but yet more drama for the championship leaders. job. So Arrival Racing then are back out on the circuit. Now we've received a bit of news as to exactly what happened to them, and it was more or less, I think, as we predicted. Basically, they took a bit too much speed into that corner there, turn number 3, and because they were on a wide line anyway to get those collectibles, it was a very risky move. The car basically slid off course, slid off line, and once the car finds itself a certain distance away from the line that it thinks it's supposed to be on, basically there's a safety feature that cuts the car and stops it. So it was basically the team just being a bit too aggressive. They've sent it back out now. They're going to dial back on the aggression, not carry as much speed into the corners, and hopefully therefore they'll have a clean run. But it means that those really scintillating times that they were setting on their first attempt are maybe not going to be repeated. Remember, they got down as low as a 1 minute 10 on the third lap, just before it all went wrong on lap 4. But that is the second time this week that we've seen Arrival Racing skating to a halt out on track. And look at the time, 10.5 minutes to go. Now, a fast run is around 8 minutes. So as long as they get moving and get off the line quickly, they can do it. But it is going to be quite tight. And remember, if you don't complete that 6th lap within the allotted time, you are out. It doesn't matter how quickly you are going up to that point. If you don't get to the end before the time ticks to 0, then it's a non-finish. So the pressure really on Arrival now. They've got to get this done without any further mistakes or issues, because it's their second and final attempt. They've got to get it started in enough time that they can get all 6 laps in. Oh yeah, and they've got to try and go quickly enough to beat SIT, but not so quickly that the car slides to a halt again. So an awful lot riding on this for the points leaders. Arrival Racing with a little point, I think, out here today. So damp and greasy conditions definitely playing a part in a few of the issues that we've seen today. And this is going to be really tight, isn't it? 9.5 minutes to go, and it's not a particularly quick process getting one of these things off the line, but we think they're nearly ready to go. So let's see then. Arrival Racing with 9 minutes and 20 seconds left. It's ticking towards 9 minutes 15. The car is ready to go, but it's not yet set off the line. When will it go? When will it go? It's got to go. Now it goes. So they're away again. Once more, they take this unique Arrival Racing line into the first corner, but by the time they do arrive at turn 1, they're back on the normal racing line, turning through that first corner. And you can see it's a bit patchy now, isn't it? There are damp patches, but then there are also dry patches, and that is so difficult for any driver to gauge how quickly they can go, because the grip levels are changing from corner to corner, even within the space of 1 or 2 corners. Right now, heading into turn 3. This was the trouble spot on their previous run. We're riding on board with Arrival, and look how much smoother the steering wheel inputs are than I think it was Pisa, wasn't it, that we rode on board with earlier on. They were having that oscillation through the steering wheel, and you can really see how smooth it should be there from Arrival as they race towards the chicane. So speed up to just over 130 kilometres now, so they've definitely backed it off a little bit. They're about 10 kilometres an hour slower than they were going first time around. But what effect is that going to have on their lap times? Their first lap originally was a 1 minute 15. This isn't going to be massively slower, but it will be a few seconds off that, I think. They come out of the final corner then. Across the line, we're up to 118, 119. It's going to be a plus 1 minute 20. Actually, this is quite slow. Across the line they go now, and it's a 1 minute 21. Now, that is 6 seconds slower than they went previously. Importantly, though, it's 2 seconds slower than Team Acronis SIT. So they're losing time here to their big rivals because of this more cautious approach that they're being forced to take. Right, into the metaverse now. Through turn number 2, starting to rack up the bonuses, the collectibles, taking a wide line. The team will be nervous now every time the car ventures near the edge of the road, just in case they overcook it a bit. Now they can take a tight line this time through turn 3. It's on the next metaverse lap, lap 4, where the collectibles are right out to the edge of the road. Again, they seize a lot of bonuses there coming out of the corner. We're up to 13, so they're scored exactly the same through the first half of this lap as they did last time around. But maybe they'll take a slightly more cautious approach on the next metaverse lap. We shall wait and see. once again, the car just weaving around a bit there down the back straight. Maybe they're trying to avoid some of the bumps. It is quite a bumpy back straight. I suppose if they've worked out that there's a smoother line that they can take, it makes sense to take it. Through the metaverse again, more collectibles being picked up there. Now, their first metaverse lap on the first attempt was a 1 minute 10. Yeah, 1 minute 10. So let's see what they do this time around. And it is going to be a 1 minute 26. So yeah, quite a bit slower than on their second metaverse lap. How much time have they dropped to SIT? About 6 more seconds dropped to SIT. So they're being even more cautious with the metaverse than they are on the free laps. We're back onto a free lap now, though. Will they pick up the pace? Will they tell the AI driver that it can maybe just put a little bit more of that 270 kilowatts of power down through the rear tyres? It's this section of the track where they really need to carry good corner speed to carry that speed then out onto the back straight. Again, it takes a wide line. We saw it do that last time around. Riding on board, smooth steering inputs once again. Speed builds, 60 kilometers an hour, 70, 80. How high will it go? Can we get up above 140 again this time? Not sure we're going to. 120, 134 I saw there. And then it heads through the chicane again. That little lump in the road, which just means the car risks getting unsettled, but although they're carrying more speed through there than other teams are, they're not going quickly enough to lose control, thankfully. And then we come through to the end of lap number 3. Right then, this is once again where we're going to see if they're gaining or losing time compared to SIT. I think they're going to lose a little bit, but not as much on that lap. Yeah, 1 minute 17 is only about a second slower than SIT, but they're not doing any better than SIT are in the metaverse, are they? 28 collectibles at the moment. That's roughly where SIT were at this point. But remember, SIT did hit an obstacle at some point, and I think it was on their third lap that they did that. Of course, it was on this third lap where a rival ran into grief through this very next turn. Let's watch them here. How quickly will the car go into this hairpin? Will it be a little more cautious? It's carrying good speed down there, but yeah, a little bit slower. And it, so that's much better. And they're going to ignore that second little group of collectibles. So different programming, a different level of aggression there. That was sensible. They just wanted to get through the corner, but will it cost them more time in collectibles? Oh, swerving towards the edge of the road. That's a disconcerting feeling, isn't it? 40 collectibles then. No obstacles at the moment. If they keep that up, they might be able to give SIT a run for their money. Into the chicane again. No metaverse items through here, but there are through the next couple of corners, remember. And they need a few more. I remind you, SIT... well, this is interesting, actually. SIT only got... no, I beg your pardon. They did 63 collectibles. And Arrival are going to have just over 50, aren't they, by the end of their fourth lap? Yeah, 52 collectibles. So they need 11 more on the next lap. I reckon they could get more collectibles here than SIT, but they're not going as quickly. That was a 1:31, which compared with SIT is 8 seconds slower than their equivalent fourth lap. So they would have to gain back a lot more collectibles here just to match SIT at this rate. You see at the bottom of your screen the 2 times. The top time is the total time. The bottom time is the corrected score. So they've saved themselves nearly a minute here with the metaverse. It was just over a minute saved for Team Acronis SIT Racing. This, of course, is the SIT car that Arrival are having to compete with. All of the teams using the same car today, just because the other car, the primary car, has run into a couple of braking issues. This one, touch wood, seems to be running okay. So the final free lap here then for Arrival Racing, and it looks as though they're going to just stick to a relatively cautious approach. Again, they get up to just over 130 kilometers an hour. Maybe they've sort of accepted that second place is the best they can hope for from today, but with ARG and Pisa both failing to complete runs, we're doubtful as to whether Carnegie Mellon University will get out there today. So it might be that this safe and sensible approach is enough to guarantee them a top 2 spot, and that's where the big points are. Right, penultimate lap is completed. It is another 1 minute 17, almost an identical time to their previous free lap, which means that yet again they've dropped a second or so there to SIT, 2 seconds I think to SIT. Now we're into the metaverse lap. If they can really nail this, if they can really get themselves a big haul of collectibles, they might still be in it. This is crucial. through turn 2. We're up nearly at a minute saved now. 58 collectibles, 58 seconds then will be taken off their time. 63 was the number for Team Acronis SIT. And another few easy collectibles there, not too far from the racing line, right up to the edge of the road. One wheel over that line could spell disaster. It could lead to your run being voided. And look at this score now. They have now eclipsed SIT's collectible score by 8 extra seconds saved. If they can get a similar haul through this final, it might actually save them enough time to be back in this. I reckon there's something like 15 or 16 seconds slower than SIT up to this point, so they might need to get anything above 80 collectibles might give them a shot through the last quarter. They're not going to bother with that collectible. Look at the edge of the road because it's guarded by those obstacles, and that might thwart them now in their attempts to gain enough time back. We're up to 74 as they come out of the final turn. Is that going to increase again? Yes, 75, 6, 7, 77 seconds have been saved. Is it going to be enough? Let's look at the time then. Across the line they come. The clock stops at around about 8 minutes, 8:24, so it's a 7:07 total time. That might be enough, you know. They might just have scraped through there. No, I reckon they're going to be 10 seconds off. We'll see. We'll get confirmation of this in a moment, but I don't think they quite got enough collectibles to bring themselves back into it, because remember, the total time for SIT was a 6:48. So yeah, they're going to be 10 or 15 seconds off that, but we'll wait for official confirmation, as is the nature of the metaverse in particular. It just needs to be double checked by the Roborace officials, and once they're happy, they will reveal the score. But the main thing that I think Arrival will be happy with here is that they got to the end without any major dramas that time. They had to dial back the aggression a bit, but it was a clean run, and that guarantees that they will now sit in second place with potentially 2 more teams to go.
Well, Arrival back to doing what they do best, going fast, but possibly not fast enough there, Matt. We haven't got official confirmation of the times yet, but they kind of went too aggressive. We know that Alexei was confident and then he kind of wanted to take it, didn't he, to Team SIT. That's what he said in the interview to you. But he overcooked it so much that the safety measures just cut out and they had to go and redo it all again. I mean, I guess signs of the competitive nature of Team Arrival.
Yeah, effectively the car just pushed itself offline a little bit, and that triggered a safety mechanism within the car itself. It shut down and stopped. So they were fast. They weren't as fast as they would have liked. Were they fast enough to edge out SIT at the top? And there's the answer to that. Not quite. There were just over 20 seconds in it in the end. Those 77 collectibles, not quite enough to bring the elapsed time down to the leading result time, which was, of course, SIT with their 6 minutes 50, and Arrival Racing coming in at 7 minutes and 11 seconds, 0.34. So top speed of 135.7 kilometers an hour. Again, that was under Acronis SIT, so I guess the limit sits somewhere between what they experimented with on their first run and what they ended up doing on their second run, and it seems like SIT just about judged that balance right when they went out earlier this morning, which will be and that'll be great news to them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's get the thoughts of Alexei now, team principal of Arrival Racing. Alexei, mixed emotions, I'm sure. The fact that your first attempt there, you pushed it a bit too much, that you ultimately ended up overcooking things. Tell us in your own words exactly what happened there.
Yeah, we've tried to be on the limits in there, and seems like one of our safety logic mechanisms worked, or there was some troubles with the speed profile on some of the edge cases. We need to investigate in the logs. Yeah, so that's why on the second try we've tried to be on the safe side and put the very slow mu and acceleration targets. And as you see, our final time is not the great one, but I'm sure first time we would beat we could beat the SIT with the first set of the parameters. This is just an edge case.
Yeah, just a bit of a blip there for sure. But tell us about that second run then, that change. Obviously, you had to kind of edge back your parameters a little bit, go a little bit slower. But that mean you changed how you were going to, I guess, do the planning on the metaverse at all? Because you ended up getting 77 collectibles to SIT's 63. So much more, but in the end, just a little bit too slow. 135 kilometers to their 141.
Yeah, actually, our acceleration and deceleration targets are all about speed profile, not the path planning itself. So we were quite conservative in terms of acceleration, deceleration, and cornering speed, and so on. But our path planning algorithms was as perfect as usual.
Yeah, for sure. So how are you going to make sure that the safety mechanisms don't kind of kick in going forward? Was it something to do with the track and the weather conditions, or is that something that you have to figure out yourselves?
Yeah, so right now we know that car stopped itself safely because we had too much deviation between the desirable trajectory and actual localization. We need to investigate why it happened. So unfortunately, I don't have the full answer for now.
Okay, so that's a work in progress then for round 5. And I'm sure you and the team at Arrival will figure something out. There's very smart brains in your camp, so can't wait to see how fast you can go when you get everything working just perfectly. Well done though, Lexi. Great job today. Second as it stands. Let's see if you can stay there.
Yeah, thank you. See you next time.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Now, if you were watching us yesterday, you will know that Carnegie Mellon University didn't manage to take it out onto the track, the DevBot that is, because the software wasn't ready. They were planning something completely new for rounds 3 and 4, and they didn't quite make the deadline to get the DevBot out onto the track. Unfortunately, 24 hours later, that remains the case. Carnegie Mellon still not able to get their AI driver into the car, so they will not complete a run today, and as such, as far as the official championship standings are concerned, round 4, they slot in there at the bottom. It means that we have one more team left to run, and that will be the Massachusetts Institute of Technology driverless team, and we will catch up with them on track very shortly indeed. In the meantime, make sure you keep your thoughts coming to us about the CMU situation or anything else that you've seen over the last couple of days. Give us your thoughts on Twitch. Soft is all over it.
Hey guys, welcome back to our live segment. We've got Kylie, Ying again. How you doing, Kylie?
I'm good.
Awesome.
What's up,
So yeah, we had a great session earlier with the path planning algorithms, which was really cool discussion. So we talked about the sampling and the random. And so we want to sort of talk about like how you guys make a decision. Like what are these limitations, like the costs of making these choices? So let's talk a little about these costs.
Yeah, so let's first talk about how exactly we're going to choose the right path to take given all of these various paths, right? Because here we have 3, but we could have many more than this. And so we're going to use something called a cost function to evaluate these. And what that means is we're essentially estimating the cost, how much it hurt us in a sense to take one specific path. And that's gonna, so here, our obstacles, they hurt our time, right? So for the sake of this example, let's say that these obstacles are worth +5 to the cost. And then these rewards, they help our time. So here for the cost, we're going to say this is maybe -2. And we can say that these diagonal segments like this, whenever you go from this midline, either down or up or something like that, let's say that these diagonals are worth 2 in terms of cost, whereas these straights are worth 1. So now I'm going to go through what exactly the computer, what the algorithm does when we have all these costs and how to evaluate which one costs the most and which one costs the least. So here, let's do this pink one first. We have 2, 3, 4. There's a point in here. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 for the path. And then plus 5 because we have this obstacle over here. And then -2 because of this reward. And so if we sum this up, we get 11 for this pink path. Now let's go to the purple one. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a total of 9 for that path, but we see that we only hit this reward. So let's subtract 2, and then we get a total cost of 7. And let's go to this blue one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the base is 11, and we avoid this obstacle here, and we collect this reward, which means that we have to subtract 2 again. And now that equals 9. So from these 3 paths, we can see that this one here in the middle, this purple one, has the least cost, which means that if we take this purple path, then we're quote unquote paying the least to get from A to B because we're taking the shortest path for, while collecting that reward. And so our path would end up looking something like this. And that's exactly what you saw with the previous 2 teams where they have a path, but they're actually going off that path and collecting these obstacles and avoiding these rewards. So that's how exactly a cost function works with these algorithms after we've done the search or the sampling to get some path.
Awesome. And I just saw a question in the chat from Nobody For You. He's wondering how much of the total track is taken into consideration when searching for the best route in case 2 paths have the same result. Do you look ahead or not? Because I think you have 200 meters, right, for obstacles when they appear.
Yeah, so you can look ahead. And I mean, I feel like the teams would. I can't speak for all the teams. But for example, if we have an obstacle, if we're here and we have, this is the next 200 meters to here, I mean, you would want to take into account the obstacles, right? And not the, like anything past here, we wouldn't really be able to see because we don't have information about those obstacles yet. And you could take a shorter distance. It depends, again, this depends on the team. For example, a shorter distance would mean less space to search, right? So if we go here and we say, hey, we want A to B, and maybe B's here, then rather than going all the way to B over here, we would stop here in the middle, and that would help us decrease the time it took to find the optimal path between 2 points.
Awesome.
Does that clarify the question?
I hope so. So maybe we could talk a little bit about the trade-offs then when we make decisions, how the cost functions play into it, and speed, and all those sort of things together.
For sure, for sure. So when we're path planning, we always have to take into account what's on the car, the hardware on the car, whether or not, what it can handle, how fast it is, and so on. And so in this specific example, with the search-based algorithm, we see that we have this like discretized grid, right? And we talked a little bit earlier about how we can make this grid smaller and discretize it at a smaller resolution, right? But then this would effectively also increase the number of possibilities that each point on this grid can have relative to the other ones. And then this would mean that we take a longer time to process this, and we have more of these cost functions to evaluate in order to get our optimal path. And so that's one downside of this search-based algorithm. But the other side, on the other hand, if these are too large, for example, we covered this a little bit briefly in the other segment, but here, if we have a reward that's here, but we can only traverse between the paths or between the points like that, right? And so effectively, we're actually missing out on this opportunity because the resolution of our grid is too large to capture all of the rewards. So that's search-based. And then now in sample-based, I wanted to cover a little bit about these pros and cons as well. So in sample-based, it's really good that we're exploiting randomness because then we in expectation, we don't run into this issue up here. But the other downside of something that's sample-based is, in the real world, when we're using these sample-based algorithms, not every single problem is solvable with a sample-based algorithm. So let me show you an example of that. If these obstacles were a lot larger, something like this, maybe, where the path, the car could go here, and if this were, somewhere here, like this, it's then possible that this car, depending on where we sample, might miss out on this opportunity here and this one down here. Because, for example, in a lot of times when we use this type of algorithm in real life, we can't actually cross these obstacles. And so every single time we have a path that goes through an obstacle, we actually discount that path, meaning we can't take it into consideration at all. So for something like this to work, we would have to have samples that are actually here, that tell us we can go through this tiny trajectory up here. And just based on randomness, that probability is significantly lower than if we just had a discretized grid where we said, like, oh, we have to make it so that, wherever Roborace decides to make these obstacles, they have like restrictions on where they can place the obstacles, right? Like, we would have to discretize our grid to follow what they tell us.
Awesome. So yeah, just wanted to remind everyone that if you want to subscribe to Kylie's YouTube channel, it's Kylie Y Ying. She has some great videos where you can find out more information into huge depth there, and I'm sure you'll probably
Awesome,
be posting more
thanks.
videos, right, Kylie? Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I hope to.
And then there is a quick question, another question we had in the chat. The cost between each node, is it constant or can it vary? That was from 789. And sorry, we only have time for a quick answer too.
Yeah, so it depends. The answer is it depends. Like, for example, in our search-based algorithm, we said that the diagonal paths would cost more than the straight paths, right? And typically, for a grid-like example like that, it would be somewhat constant. And of course, back to the previous segment, we're always trying, as part of planning, we're always trying to come up with ways to better these and make them more accurate, right? And so my answer is it just depends.
I love it. Well, thanks so much, Kylie. I think that's all we have time for right now. But yeah, definitely keep the questions coming, guys, in the Roborace in the Twitch chat, and we'll try to get to them. Hopefully, we did a good job this time getting your questions answered. Thanks so much, Kylie. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you again soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Some call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me. When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other. Your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you?
We can divide the many worlds around us into either real or virtual. How these two can merge together has become one of the key questions of the 21st century. Whether it's a heads-up display and a pair of glasses showing you the way home, or a group of people meeting up online as VR avatars of themselves, we are constantly fusing ourselves into these different worlds. Roborace is launching into this blend with their own metaverse. New for Season Beta, Roborace has the ability to create virtual objects, events, and conditions on track which the real-life autonomous cars will have to adjust to whilst racing. These might be walls to avoid or tokens to collect. They could be weather conditions the cars must consider, or boost points that allow a real-life increase in speed. They can even be virtual cars suddenly appearing on track to compete against. The groundbreaking element of this all-new software platform is that it allows you, the viewer, to see these virtual objects and conditions on track together with the race cars in real time. So you're able to see what the AI driver is experiencing and how it chooses to react. The next stage of the metaverse is allowing you, the audience, to challenge the AI drivers. You'll be able to place the virtual objects, change the conditions, and directly influence the competition. You can play the race.
Well, with CMU now out of the picture for the remainder of round 4, that means we have just one more team left to take to the track. This is MIT Driverless.
One of the new kids on the block, this team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT for short, make their Roborace debut at Season Beta. Although new to Roborace, they already have some hard-won experience, taking third place during the German leg of the Formula Student Driverless Circuit 2019 and second place during the Italian leg. Fielded from one of the top-ranked universities in the United States, there is every chance this charismatic team could surprise the status quo. Can MIT Driverless create a shock win in their first Roborace competition?
So there's a short insight to MIT Driverless. I'm delighted to say now, to help us delve a little bit deeper, we're joined by the team principal, Jorge Castillo. Jorge, thank you so much for joining us ahead of your run. You guys were a little unfortunate yesterday in round 3. I think it's fair to say that, but how are you guys feeling ahead of today?
Hey, Matt, how are you? I'm very excited to be here. Yeah, we're feeling very confident for today. Yesterday, we, as you said, we had some issues that were a little bit out of our control. We had some connectivity issues with the car. We couldn't get our code to run. There were just some issues with the hardware and the vehicle itself. Nothing that we could do a lot about, but we're very confident. We think we've got a set of really cool improvements for our vehicle today. So we're very excited to see it run.
Not that you guys would be looking for sympathy, but I think the feeling online, and certainly for us guys here as well, that we really felt for you because it was out of your control yesterday. So you've got a lot of support today, Jorge. We're all hoping for big things. I hope you're feeling the love, you guys.
Thank you. Yes, we are. And yeah, like I said, it's a roller coaster. We understand how racing is. We understand how autonomous vehicles work, and things like this happen. So there's no one to blame. We just have to keep pushing. And I think we made a lot of progress for yesterday, and we've made even more progress overnight. The team has been working very, very hard to improve even more. So yeah, we're very excited about what we're bringing to the track today.
Okay, so what's the strategy for today then? What are we going to see on track from you guys? What's the approach going to be?
Sure. So I think you're going to see two things. First of all, we're probably going to put 1 or 2 laps at somewhat slow speed just to try and test things out for safety. We always like to do that when we're bringing new code, just to put safety first. And then after that, we might bring the car around again and then start running with our full code at hopefully as high speeds as we can get. And we're going to be testing our spline racer, which is our algorithm that is going to be interacting with collectibles and obstacles, which is our biggest, step forward improvement from the last race. Now we're going to be hopefully getting some time reduced from our track time by good interactions with the objects on track. So that's something that we're very excited to see, and we've been working a lot on it. So it's going to be very rewarding to see it run.
Well, we've already seen 2 really strong runs from Arrival Racing and Acronis SIT. And guys, we know that you guys are relatively new to autonomous driving and to Roborace as well. So we're really excited to see how you stack up today, Jorge. And we wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Matt.
Good luck. Well, Rachel, you said yesterday you liked the story of an underdog, and I think we've got one here after the combined forces of Arrival Racing and SIT really set the standard at the Bedford Autodrome this week. We now have this challenge from the young upstarts from MIT who look really positive, really happy. They look like they've got a plan today, and I think we're kind of, in a way, we're all rooting for them to make something happen here.
Yeah, well, that plan, isn't it, which we keep hearing, is their spline racer, this algorithm which they think is going to kind of set them apart, I guess, really interact with the metaverse, collect all the collectibles and avoid the obstacles, and obviously have the perfect line when doing so. So I'm excited to see if they can actually unleash this today. But Andy, we hear they're going to be a bit cautious to start with, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to go out and do a run, I think, with the safety driver in again, just to check they've got this all working. And it's one of those things, isn't it, where they're going last, so they might be being drip-fed bits of news about what's happened today. And if that's the case, they'll have heard that we've had problems for the other teams. Even Arrival Racing had an issue, and they'll just be thinking, yeah, better safe than sorry. Let's make sure our systems are working as they should be. But if they can get to the end, they're guaranteed a podium, and that was really one of their targets, wasn't it, Matt, coming into this week? They wanted to reach the top 3. They just missed out last time. Their first ever Roborace event last time at Thruxton, and they were 4th, and they really wanted a top 3 this time.
Yeah, and they missed out by nothing, did they? I mean, there were fractions of seconds in it last time out at Thruxton. So they're well placed, as you said, Andy, to go for that 3rd place. That was wide open for that. Isn't all they're going to do, basically, is see this through. But I think that we're going to see a bit more than that. These guys are looking to make progress with that spline racer. They want to show the world what they're all about. The goal is to increase speed significantly and to interact with the metaverse. And as you said, that podium placement is very much the target for them. But I think right now, probably more than the podium, what they're thinking about is is putting on a show and just demonstrating to the world what they've been working on over the last month, but also over the last 24 hours as well, and to recover from that disappointment yesterday. I think even Chip himself said when we were talking about SIT yesterday that he loved the redemption story. That's what it had been for SIT after that big, well-documented disaster at Thruxton when the car crashed into the pit wall off the start. Well, what a wonderful story of redemption it would be for MIT today if they could recover from the disappointment yesterday, which was completely out of their hands.
I guess it's a kind of a round which they can probably do it in. Seeing what happened yesterday when someone like Team Arrival didn't have the best day, and then again, Team Arrival not having the best day by their standards today, they'll go, okay, there was only 20 seconds in it, wasn't there, between the top two teams today, SIT and Arrival. So I'm sure if they're not trying to topple off SIT, they're looking to sneak in there between the two teams and get those points, because remember, it's only extra bonus points for the first two teams, 300 points for a win and 200 for a second, but equally 500 points if you actually just get out of the grid, which is crucial, which CMU, they're not going to get again today. So losing over the course of these two rounds, 1,000 points, guys, Andy, which is going to be really crucial long-term. I know CMU are about long-term development, but they're losing long-term points.
Yeah, it's a funny point system, isn't it? You actually get more points just for turning up than you do for winning, and that's really it sounds a bit odd as someone coming from a traditional motorsport background like me, but it's just to try and promote this idea of, at least try, give it a go, get the car on the start line and see what happens. We're encouraging experimentation in Roborace, and yeah, it's disappointing that CMU won't get out there. It also robs us again for the second day in a row of this US rivalry, doesn't it, between MIT and CMU, but that will definitely go the way of MIT. The question remains, though, how far up the overall leaderboard can they get? So MIT then are on the verge of heading out onto the circuit ahead of their run, what we now know will be the final run of the day, with CMU sadly not being able to make it out here for round number 4. And this really is one of the great unknowns. We'd sort of teed up all day that we'd have this fight between Acronis SIT and Arrival for the victory, but what we didn't really factor in, perhaps wrongly, was that MIT might also get involved in that, but they really seemed confident there, didn't they, as Nat spoke to them ahead of their run, and if they can't win, they definitely seem to think they can get in the battle for second, with Arrival having to take a step down on the aggression scale. Maybe that's opened the door for another team to go out and do a bit better. Also in their favour is the fact that the conditions are at their best now. It's still damp because it's quite chilly here in the UK in December, who'd have thought it. So the track isn't really drying fully, but it's certainly less wet than it was for the early teams, especially SIT, who were the second team out on track this morning. So lots of things perhaps working in favour here of MIT. Is it going to be enough for them to go out there and put in maybe a top 2 time? We know that their plan for today is that they're going to do these couple of slow laps with Reese getting another shot at getting out on track, and once they've done those 2 slower laps, they'll then they hope send the car out for a full throttle run, and as long as they do this within 30 minutes, that should be absolutely fine. So here he goes then, out of the last corner. We don't anticipate then that this is going to be the start of the actual 6-lap run, but it will give us a sign as to how far their development has come. So the car then lines up just in the staging area ahead of the start line. We've heard MIT, perhaps more than any other team, talking about this spline system, which I don't pretend to fully understand, but they were talking about this at Thruxton, how they were working on that and trying to use it not only to interact with the metaverse, but also to improve their racing line in wet conditions. So I suppose that's another thing they can really test here. And that is the main algorithm that they're working on here, and that's the main reason that they're keeping Reese in for these first couple of trial laps, just to check if that spline algorithm is working properly. And off it goes then. So very quickly into action goes the MIT car, or the MIT driver in the SIT car, if you follow me. Speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour then, just for this safety run. And if Reese sees or feels anything he doesn't like, then he will jump in. There he is, look, rattling around inside the Ginetta chassis Debot 2.0, and the wheel moving around in front of him. I'm fighting the urge from here not to grab the wheel. How he does it, I don't know, but even at these relatively low speeds, it's quite an eerie sensation, I would imagine, being driven around the Bedford Autodrome in a car that is driving itself. At some point, maybe, I'll get used to this, shouldn't I? Because this, they say, is the future. And certainly Roborace's future looking very, very bright. The competition here this weekend, although a few teams have had problems, competition's still been really tight. And the series on the whole improving all the time. MIT, one of the teams, looking to keep on improving too. And that sight of a car driving itself around racetrack perhaps at some point will become a little bit more normal. So down into the second half of this first lap. I don't know how many laps they're going to do here. In theory, one lap should be enough for them to realise whether it's working or not, but they might want to go for another one just for safety. They've got time to do more than one lap. They could do 6 laps at this speed if they wanted to, although that might be pushing it. But they could certainly do 2 or 3 and still have time to reset and go again for a full 6 laps. Let's see what they choose to do out of the final turn. Not going to be the fastest lap that we're going to see all day, but are they going to complete it, or are they happy? Is the car going to stop in the staging area? They're going to do 2 laps, we're hearing. So yeah, they're going to do 1 further lap. So I guess they want to test the metaverse, don't they? Is that the plan? That's where this spline algorithm really comes into its own, and they are now into a metaverse lap. The 2nd, 4th and 6th laps are where the metaverse appears. Not from this vantage point, but from our next view we'll be able to see the metaverse. Now, are they going to be able... Yeah, they're taking a wider line and then cutting back to the inside, and they're getting a few of the collectibles. Yep, so you can definitely see there the car is deviating from its normal line, so it is interacting with the metaverse successfully at the moment as well. 5 collectibles and no obstacles, so far so good. Now, what does it do here? It takes a wide line, but there's that obstacle's there right in the way, isn't it? Really difficult, that section. But it looks as though they have avoided it successfully. So, well, this is going frighteningly well, isn't it? They have executed, actually, that is a better score than either Arrival or SIT managed through that first sequence. Remember, when Arrival were out on track half an hour ago, they were getting 13 collectibles from the first half of the lap. That's 15 for MIT. So, okay, they're going at a low speed. It's maybe a bit easier at this speed, but if they can now reset and find a bit more pace, then, well, let's not put the curse on them, but it's looking good. That's all I'll say. It's looking good for them at the time being. It's been a rare thing, actually, this week. We've heard a lot of teams saying, oh, yeah, we're just going to go and trial some new algorithms, some new systems. We're going to go slowly. We're going to keep the safety driver in. We've heard that a lot. What we haven't then gone on to see much of is a successful test of the new software. This has been a roaring success. Just 1 metaverse lap, and they have got 31 collectibles. So... remember, the record for collectibles at the moment is 77 from Arrival Racing, and SIT got 63. So what we're hearing is going to happen. Reese is going to take the car back to the garage. They will get him out, and they're going to reset and go again. They are happy with that, and so they should be. The one remaining piece of the jigsaw now is how fast can the car go? If they can run at a pace that can challenge SIT's outright speed, and they can score those sort of numbers from the metaverse, this could be a team, and I didn't think I'd be saying this today, this could be a team that could fight for the race victory today.
Well, that was a pretty solid test run, wasn't it, guys, from what we just saw there from Team MIT. 31 collectibles in only 2 laps. So obviously only actual 1 lap of the metaverse. And I'm just possibly putting the commentator's curse on this, but obviously if you have times that by 3, 31, that's 93. The possibility of collectibles they could collect compared to 77, which a rival did. I mean, Andy, I'm being quite ambitious in saying that, aren't I? I know the place, location of the objects changed a lot, but it's a possibility. It looked good, didn't they?
That looked really good, Rachel. I mean, there are a maximum, I'm told, of 140 collectibles over the 3 metaverse laps. So if they can get into the 90s, that is seriously impressive. But what we're hearing is they're now going to try and do the same again, but quicker. So they're going to still give themselves a bit of a speed cap, but it's going to be a lot quicker than they went on those 2 practice laps, and it's going to get quicker and quicker every couple of laps. So yeah, I mean, if they can score those sort of numbers and they can keep somewhere around the lap times that SIT and Arrival did, then we could be in for a seriously impressive run here. And you know, we've spent a lot of today, haven't we, Matt, talking about speed and outright lap times, and it could actually be that their spline data and their metaverse interaction is actually, that's what they've clearly focused on the most, and that may be what brings them into contention.
Yeah, and when you look back to Thruxton, Andy, I think, you know, across the board, really, all of the teams, we generally saw teams' strategy be, okay, let's complete some laps. We're not really going to worry about the metaverse too much because we want to make sure that we can complete laps at a decent speed. And the big step that we've seen from rounds 1 and 2 to rounds 3 and 4 has been, in terms of the software, in terms of engaging with the metaverse, it's actually kind of been the opposite. That we've seen teams do a couple of safety laps. Let's see if we can engage with the metaverse. Obviously, the Spline Racer is the big software development for MIT, and now it's a case of trying to put those 2 aspects together, the speeds and the metaverse. And I think it's been really interesting to see, and it shows the giant strides really that these teams have already made over the past month. And even if it doesn't come off today, as it's not quite happened for all of the teams, fair to say that this week, it really promises a lot, doesn't it, for when we see them back on track again in the new year?
Yeah, I think so. They've come at this from a very different sort of angle, haven't they, MIT? And maybe that's what's going to give them the long-term success they're looking for. So, yeah, you're right. I was saying earlier on, the future is bright for Roborace, and we're already seeing this really rapid rate of development, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens as we get into the new year and the next rounds and see exactly what these teams can do. Well, good news there, guys. Then the car is empty again, which means that Reese is not on board, and we're ready to go then. Our final car of the day here at the Bedford Autodrome, round number 4 of season beta of Roborace. And we are almost at the point where the car will launch off the line. So these first 2 laps will have a 75 km/h speed cap, and that will then go up on lap 3, and then they'll put it up again on lap 5. Away they go then. The car is off the line, and we'll try and accelerate to that 75 km/h as quickly as it possibly can. There it is. It hit 75. That was very quick acceleration, wasn't it? It got there without any hesitation. If you're going to limit your top speed, though, you've got to try and keep your corner speed as high as possible, and that looked like a pretty neat and tidy run through the first corner, so they're achieving that already. Back up to 75 km/h into turn number 2. They've got to try and get up to that speed as quickly as they can, stay there for as much of the lap as they can. I mean, it doesn't look much slower, really, than the quickest teams that we've had already today. So bear in mind, they're going to go even quicker on the 3rd and 5th laps as well. This is filling me with hope for a competitive time here then. This is where it will hurt them, though, this speed cap down the back straight, because we've seen that speeds can get up to 140 km/h, nearly double what the car is doing right now. But we'll see how close they can get to that a little bit later on, maybe. Into the chicane. Clean so far. No problems so far. It's not these free laps where MIT are really going to gain time. Oh, that was dodgy, wasn't it? They used a lot of the curb there going through the chicane. I thought for a moment that the car might have veered completely off the road, but I think they just got away with it. That's the most aggressive we've seen anyone over the curbs. This is, despite the slow top speed, it's been quite an aggressive run for MIT Driverless, the team based in Massachusetts, even in the USA, which I've never been able to say correctly. I don't know why I attempted to do it there. Out into turn one they go, then back into the metaverse, and let's see then, they got a really, really good score there, over 30 on their first lap in their test run. Can they do the same again here? Then they should be able to, because in theory the car has just got to do what it did already. We're looking for anything in excess of 13 out of these first few corners. By the time we get onto the back straight, if they're into double figures, they're doing well. Carry some good speed. They're into the hairpin. Avoid the obstacles. Maybe it's a bit less accurate now. They're going quickly. They just about catch those rings going out of turn 3. The counter goes up. We're at 14, so not quite as good as in the test run, but that's, like I said, because they're going quicker, and it's a bit harder to be as accurate when you're going quite so fast. So down the back straight, it's painful watching it go so slowly, isn't it? Because it accelerates really quickly and then it just stops accelerating at 75k. But at the end of this lap, we're expecting that limit to be up to about 100. Now I'm hearing that we've had a bit of an issue with the car locking its brakes so far on this lap. That will be of a bit of concern given the braking issues we've had already today, but it's not really slowing them down. They come out of the final corner then, they're about to cross the line. They're not going to do quite as well on the metaverse front as they did earlier on, but this isn't bad at all, is it then? On to the third lap, 29 collectibles. So they were over 30, I think was it 31 on their practice run, so we're there or thereabouts, and the speed now should start to build. That brake locking issue that they're having, by the way, I'm hearing that is an issue with their ADS. It is not a car problem, therefore, it is an AI issue, but it's not enough at the moment to put them out of contention. So they have now upped the speed cap, up to 90 there by the looks of it, as it went into turn number 3. Let's see what speed they can get down the back straight. The fastest that we've seen so far is 141 kph from Team Acronis SIT, our current leaders, and we're going to settle out at about 90 or 91 by the looks of it for MIT. So they've not quite hit the 100 bracket. Let's keep an eye out for this brake locking. You can certainly hear the brakes squeaking, and it does go straight over that curb again. That was even more curb usage than on the first lap. Because of the higher speeds, are we starting to see a few little issues creep in for MIT Driverless? It was all looking so good up till this point, but if that braking issue becomes a bigger problem, they might be forced to call it a day. Well, we're halfway through anyway. Their second free lap is completed, and it's not bad, about a 1 minute 18 there is, so not quite on the outright fastest pace, but given the much lower average speed they're running, that's not too bad at all, actually. Right then, lap number 4 means that we are back into the metaverse now. We're up over 30, more than 30 seconds saved then so far. And into the hairpin. Now this is the corner that caught out Arrival, because look, you've got to go so perilously close to those obstacles to get that first group of collectibles. They ignore the second lot. That was probably sensible, because they would have had to really slow down to get over there. They've missed another couple there, but we're still over 40. 43 collectibles then, which is 20 shy of SIT, and of course a little bit more away from Arrival, but they've got another metaverse lap still to come. Still at 90 kph as they go down the back straight. Now watch them through this chicane. Are they going to keep within the white lines this time? It's just that wide entry. They're missing the first apex, and that's putting them offline through the left. So although they're carrying good speed in, it's too much speed, and it's just slowing them right down then through the exit of the chicane. And as I've said, because of this speed cap that they've imposed, it's really imperative that they keep the mid-corner speed up as much as they can. We're up to 56 collectibles though, 56 seconds saved, and across the line again then, their second metaverse lap is completed at a 1 minute 24, which is fairly competitive. Now the idea was that the speed cap was going to increase again now for laps 5 and 6, but I'm hearing that might not be the plan anymore. They're clearly a bit concerned about this braking issue, so they're going to keep it at 90 kilometres an hour, I think, for the last 2 laps, and that might just keep them out of the top 2 positions. We'll wait and see in a couple of laps' time, I suppose. You can see at the bottom of your screen that the time at the moment is just over 5 minutes and 10. 5 minutes and 10 seconds, and they're looking for a eventual time somewhere around the 7-minute bracket. So yeah, I don't think they're quite going to get to that, are they? Out of turn 3 then, speed builds up to 90 again. And yeah, the plan was, wasn't it, to get up to 100 kilometres an hour by this point. That's not what's happening, so They're just going to play a little more cautiously. I think regardless of the end result here, though, they've got to be pretty happy with this, he says, as they nearly skate off the road again through the chicane. But yeah, I think we've got to be pretty happy with this run. It's a massive step forward from what we saw from them, well, certainly yesterday, where they didn't get a time in, and better, really, than they managed at any point at Thruxton too. So across the start-finish line again, there it goes, 1 minute 17, so that was a bit more like it. That's kind of on a par with the times we were seeing yesterday, but most of the teams have made a bit of a step forwards in performance today. As long as they get to the end of this lap, though, they're guaranteed a podium. They're guaranteed a top 3. The points are only dished out to the top 2 finishers, but having finished 4th last time, they will be very happy, I think, to get into the top 3 today. So through this hairpin again, they can take a tighter line. Oh, carrying a lot of speed in. There was a bit of a wobble there as they went through the middle part of the corner. I'm also hearing that to add to all of the drama, they are concerned that they might have exceeded track limits going through the chicane with this corner cutting they've been doing. But look at that score at the top of the screen, 76 collectibles. The record this week is 77 by Rival Racing. So I think they are going to beat that, aren't they? Whether or not this ends up being a legal time because of the course cutting, right here, look, you can see the problem. They're going over that white line through the left-hand element of the chicane. So it might be that they've got some penalties coming their way, but regardless, the spline algorithm is working superbly because now they are above 77. We're going to actually exceed 80, I think, by the end of this lap, aren't we? Yes, up to 81. 81 collectibles then on this run for MIT Driverless. Well, the end result is still a little bit of an unknown, but that was, regardless of where they end up in the overall rankings, really impressive stuff from MIT. By far their best showing so far. And the time, for what it's worth, is faster than a Rival Racing. Look at that, 7 minutes 0.8 once the 81 seconds are taken away. Their clear time is 7 seconds quicker than a Rival, but their actual time is going to be a full 11 seconds faster than a Rival Racing. So I reckon that's good enough for second place, but there is this little question mark over the legality of that time because there was a bit of corner cutting going on. But guys, regardless, I think, of the end result, MIT have got to be happy with that.
Well, MIT Driverless there really stepping up to the mark when they needed to. I mean, what a performance they put in. They were a bit cautious at the beginning, having our safety car driver out for 2 laps, but then coming back, resetting and getting 81 collectibles out there and getting up to some pretty good speeds as well. They had the most collectibles out of the entire round 4. The next best was 77 from a Rival there. But we then just heard, Matt, that Andy was correct with what he was saying during his commentating. He was saying it looked like they kept exceeding the track limits on the chicane, and we've just heard from race control that actually was the case, which means, unfortunately, they've been disqualified from round 4. I mean, that is not what they were looking to achieve today, and so disappointing for us and them.
Yeah, absolutely. But the rules are the rules. That's the way it has to be, Rich. But, you know, to be honest, I don't think they're going to be too upset by that. You know, they've been disqualified on a technicality. But the real story there was their performance. It was absolutely outstanding. You know, they, as you rightly said, they picked up more collectibles than either Rival Racing or SIT. And really, I suppose it was only because they capped the speed. Maybe not, we'll never know. But because they capped their speed, the lap times suffered in the end, and overall, if it wasn't for that, and if it wasn't for cutting the chicane, we could have seen a really unlikely victory for MIT. Let's not forget, this is just their second official Roborace competition, so a really outstanding performance for them. There's that confirmation of the disqualification and also of the numbers there. 81 collectibles, the top speed just over 90 k's an hour. When you compare that to the max speed of SIT, almost just under 50 k's difference per hour. Yet, despite that, they were still able to set an elapsed time that was only 40 seconds slower than SIT. So corner speed, not a problem. The software, not a problem either in terms of picking up the metaverse objects and avoiding the obstacles. So I think, Rich, even though they've been disqualified, that was an outstanding effort from MIT, and they should be very proud of themselves.
Well, let's go and check in with Jorge Casillo himself and see if he is really proud of his team, MIT Driverless. Jorge, I'm mixed for what to say right now because it was such an amazing effort from you guys. Then to be disqualified at the end. Let's go into that first. The track limits, you obviously exceeded them at the chicane. Were you aware of that at the time? Did you think that could be an issue at the end of your run?
Well, first of all, I have to say that I am incredibly proud of the team. I think everything we've accomplished up to today, we're just so happy to see Spline Racer go and be so competitive. It's definitely bittersweet for us. We didn't expect that disqualification. The rules are the rules. We were seeing in the streaming that, we were going a bit over the curb there. So, that's just how it went. We were locking up a bit the brakes near the chicane, and I think that's probably what caused some understeering and eventually led to us going a bit out of bounds. But I think that's something that we can easily work on. We can easily solve for next race. If we had the opportunity to probably go yesterday and do a couple of laps, we could have probably identified that issue and solved it for today. But that's racing, and we're still very, very happy with our performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about your secret weapon then, Spline Racer, because you've been talking it up and we're all like, yeah, let's see if this actually works. Obviously it does there. 81 collectibles compared to 77 for a rival and 63 for SIT. It proves that it works, doesn't it? But I guess the next step is pushing it up to even greater speeds.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're going to be working on. Bumping up the speed is what we need to work on. We have been able to put a lot higher speeds on the simulator. So we're very confident that Spline Racer works on significantly higher speeds. We were a bit conservative today. The lockups and the brakes over the first couple of laps made us decide not to push the speed limit too high, which I think was a good call. It could have made maybe the out of bounds a bit worse, but overall, I think we're in a really good place. I mean, we can easily work on the issues that cause the out of bounds and the disqualification, and Spline Racer works, and it's super competitive, and it will only do better at higher speeds.
Yeah, so going forward then, do you think it's just a case of kind of getting a bit more testing under your belt and maybe some more time on track, and then you can push on and really take it to SIT and Arrival?
Exactly. I think it's exactly that. We need a bit more testing, need to work on a few more fixes, but I think that we're already working on Spline Racer version 2, which is going to be hopefully even better at performance. So we're just going to keep improving from here. We're very encouraged by what happened today and by our performance. Definitely bittersweet in terms of the disqualification, but I think that doesn't rob us from all the hard work and all the things that we accomplished today. So we're very proud of our team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to bring it up as well, just because why not? It's the end of round 4. It's the end of both of these rounds. CMU not even making it out onto the grid. I mean, you must be a little bit smug that you're the only American team that made it to the track.
Well, we're happy with our performance. CMU is a great team as well. Working on software and trying to bring improvements to each race is always hard. There's a lot of effort involved, and sometimes unexpected things happen. So I definitely understand and can relate to their situation right now. I really hope that they're able to come up to the next event and be competitive, and we'd love to see them on the track.
Well said, Jorge. Great sportsmanship there, as I would expected from you guys. But once again, I'm just going to say congratulations to you and MIT Driverless. Great job out there. So unfortunate today, but we can't wait to see what you and Spline Racer can do in rounds 5 and 6. Well done once again.
Thank you, Rachel. We're very excited about next race.
Us too. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's awesome to be back here with you guys, and we've got George Hotz and Mike Sokolov back with us. So really excited to continue the conversation. We cut off a little short yesterday, so got a little bit more time. Really excited about this. So yeah, how you guys doing today?
Pretty good. Took a coffee.
Amazing. You know,
Awesome.
our
So-
chat, our community, it's like I feel like I'm on a super cool, super warm private party, you know? It's so good.
It's the
You know,
best.
when
And so,
yeah.
sorry, Mike, to interrupt you. I just thought I'd ask a quick question for George because I feel bad I cut you off yesterday, George. Just wanted to ask you a comma-related question because I know your company, Comma AI, is doing some cool stuff. So just let us know a little bit about the mission there, and I think some people might be interested to hear about the mission of Comma. And actually, you mentioned that it's the North Korea of self-driving companies a while back. So what does that mean, man? Tell us about it.
Oh, it just means we're not tied up in 10,000 international alliances. You know, we have actual sovereignty in the self-driving car space. Our mission is, and it's a very clear mission statement, to solve self-driving cars while delivering shippable intermediaries. So it's that statement. That statement's written on the board at Comma. And what does that mean? It means solve self-driving cars. Build a car that you can sit in, type in where you want to go, and it takes you there. And then delivering shippable intermediaries means don't say you're going to have it in 5 years. Show progress to the world and make sure people are actually using that stuff. Same as Tesla.
I love it. Yeah, I remember when we talked on our podcast, you were saying you're just a little bit behind Tesla. So has that changed at all in terms of your forecast for when full self-driving is going to be available?
I saw Tesla ship red lights in April that stopped at green lights, and I'm like, oh, we're going to catch Tesla soon. And then I saw them ship full self-driving, and I'm like, I was still 1 to 2 years behind.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, man. You got to try it out. It's really cool. So getting back to Roborace, though, yeah, we'll give you a ride sometime if you want. Yeah,
Cool.
with Roborace, so now that you know a little bit more about it, if you were in the driver's seat and you could give any feedback to Mike, you know, how might you run it differently, for example, like with the hardware or some of the software they're doing?
I would build cars that are way cheaper and let people be much more experimental with them.
Awesome.
You know,
Exactly.
Mike,
Yeah, that's what
Go
we
ahead.
are now doing actually, because you know, I previously mentioned we are now developing a new car, much cheaper, because you know this one you see today is like crazy expensive. So yeah, we're gonna go lower to, like, I would say 200K or even to 100K expensive, like, kind of car.
Oh
'cause-
wow, that's still a lot more than I thought. I was thinking go
Yeah,
to
but-
5K. And then
but you know,
put them
if-
on the
if you
track with
stop-
all the other cars.
Yeah, I understand you. I know your philosophy, but you know, if you stuff it with all those crazy sensors and stuff like that, the sensors themselves make it like super expensive. You know.
Well, this is the same scam that a lot of the whole like autonomous world is falling for. You do not need good sensors. You just need good software. You can literally you stick Comma 2s in the car.
I absolutely
Comma
agree.
2s,
You know. Yeah.
Comma 2s are $1,000, and I bet that I can beat all these teams with a Comma 2 and a Prius. I see them going
Maybe in
90
Vegas next
kilometers
year.
per hour. You know.
You know, I definitely want to see you on our teams, because you know you should teach others how to do stuff in a much cheaper way. You know, and us too, of course.
Well, the part of the problem, and what would I would see like I can't buy one of those cars and go drive it around in a parking lot with me sitting in it. So we did a racetrack. We did Thunderhill racetrack, and we got a 2:05 time in our Prius, decent time. And the reason we were able to do this is because we tested a parking lot. We went in a parking lot, we sat in the car, and we just, kept making sure it could take tight turns and it could follow the racing lines and all that stuff.
I remember
So
that.
how hard
Actually,
would
I've
it
been
be,
there
George,
at
do you
Thunder
think?
Hill.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mike. How hard do you think would it be to, just put one of these? That maybe some people don't know much about Comma, and it's just like a plug and play system, right? So maybe it might just bolt onto these cars pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, it'll as far as like sensors go, it's all the sensors you need for racing. It has a high precision GPS. We have software already which will do all the Kalman filtering, which will give you an actual like localization track that you can drive on. We have a camera if you need that at all, and yeah, that should be enough.
Awesome.
Sounds cool. Sounds really cool.
Mike, so you're thinking of the future for season 1 with this new dev bot that's coming out. Do you think you would consider some of these changes that George is recommending, or what's your plan for the future?
Actually, I would like to ask George. What I think about what top speed you may achieve with the setup you've just mentioned.
So I think we got our Prius up to 95 miles an hour.
Okay. Can you go 150 or something like that?
Well, could the Comma thing go 150? Not in a Prius. Could you
No,
go 150?
not the Prius. But imagine you've got a vehicle like DevBot or another similar electric vehicle, like high performance kind of drivetrain.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's nothing in the sensors limiting how fast you can go. You need almost no sensors to do this. I mean, I imagine that a lot of these cars are like GPS line followers, and like all you need for that is a decent GPS.
Mm-hmm. That's what actually happens now.
Well, of course, it's what happens now, right? And like the tech kind of hasn't evolved. If you gave me the parameters of Roborace and asked me to win, I would build the best GPS line following robot I could. I would pre-compute offline the exact trajectory. I'd put it in like an optimizing framework, and I'd say, okay, you're going to follow this line perfectly.
What about handling the metaverse, those virtual objects and stuff? Would it be able to
how
do
dynamic
that?
are they?
You now the teams receive information about a object like 200 meters in advance for this particular mission. So, and we're gonna make it shorter and shorter. So that's actually the idea to get them informed more and more dynamically.
So what I would do for that is so I already have maybe a lot more of the Comma stuff's applicable than I thought. So we have an optimizer running on the Comma 2. It's model predictive control, and you can put in basically your path, and it will take that path even if you put it in a really bad path, and it will do things like minimize jerk, minimize braking, minimize steer angle. So you just run all that, I assume you get the GPS coordinates of the metaverse objects.
Absolutely.
Or I could do so I could do a transform to put it into that, and then okay, fit the line. Sure, I'm not gonna have a perfectly planned static track trajectory for that, but it'll be good enough.
Okay.
So you think the Prius could run in the metaverse in February at Las Vegas?
Well, so I'm just going off the race I just saw where they weren't exceeding 90 kilometers per hour. I'm confident I could beat that in the Prius. Now, could I beat those cars being controlled well? Of course not.
Okay.
But no, I mean, the reason Comma can't do it is we're very, we have our mission. Our mission is solve self-driving cars while delivering shippable intermediaries. This is why we stopped going to Thunder Hill. They're very fun, but it is a distraction.
Of course.
Yeah, I think I see some value though in pushing the limit with those cars, with the Prius or whichever car you get it fitted to, because then it's going to be able to respond maybe a little quicker on the street, right?
It doesn't matter.
Really?
Now there is absolutely, the value is not, it's just different value. I mean, there's, car racing in general has a huge amount of value, and we've learned so much about vehicles from cars. But if you're trying to build a car that operates on the street, you're not operating anywhere near the limits that you'd be operating in a racetrack, and you do not become a better driver. Right, I do not think that race car drivers are necessarily better street drivers, because most accidents on the street happen because drivers are drunk, distracted, or asleep. Right? It's not you didn't understand the vehicle dynamics well enough to swerve around that moose. And then, drivers do incredibly stupid things that race car drivers won't do. For example, you should never brake and steer at the same time, but modern cars save you from that anyway.
True. Awesome. So yeah, I think some people definitely want to see it though. I've seen some people in the chat saying, is there a video available of that, the Thunderhill session?
Of the Prius race? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
If you search for it,
Cool.
Prius Thunderhill.
Awesome. So it's probably on just check internet on the Google or whatever. Cool.
We have the old one.
So what do you see for
the we did in the Acura Flow. I know that video's up there.
Very awesome. Very cool. Awesome. So how do you see like going forward now, George? I mean, you have your mission, you see Roborace's mission. I mean, how can you guys help each other, do you think?
Well, I stayed at the Comma mission. What exactly is the Roborace mission?
Yeah. So maybe I'll put that back to you, Mike.
Okay, actually, as you can see, we're actually kind of, we actually are trying to organize somehow this particular part of the industry, like research institution and stuff like that, to push them for like faster development, giving them challenges and stuff like that. So I believe we're doing some good thing, because eventually most of the findings that gonna happen here in Roborace will be applied to the real roads. So we're always thinking about road relevance. When we were thinking about metaverse and we're designing it, we were always considering that it's not just a like entertainment gimmick, but it's also a thing that should actually push the teams for making meaningful stuff for the industry.
Well, but why not I think the race cars themselves is just very cool. I loved battle.
At least, of course, yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's like almost that. You get this really I always think what advantage do robotic cars have over human cars? And the advantage is we can crash them.
Oh yeah.
Well, right? Don't people say
if there's no human? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So you can take risks with robotic cars that you'd never take with human cars. Can we get these cars up to absolutely insane speeds? Uh-huh. We don't need any weight for any safety equipment. That's what I see in the future of a robotic racing league.
That's going to be fun. Yeah, guys.
The speeds are crazy. The crashes are spectacular.
Yeah, sure. But awesome. I can't recall one crazy suggestion
sorry, Mike,
for the Roborace.
I might have to. I think we're run out of time, unfortunately.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, George.
Another time.
Darn, we need to get you guys on my podcast so we could have a whole day. That'd be awesome.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks so much, guys, and thanks everyone on the Twitch chat for providing your questions. Sorry if we didn't get
many
your
thanks
answered, but
to the chat. The chat
amazing
is
session.
super cool.
Thank you all. All right.
Thank you, George. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, George.
Well, we're joined now by Roborace Chief Championship Officer Chip Pankow. Chip, thanks for joining us. We've really enjoyed the action on track over in Bedford. What's it been like for you? I mean, you must have had a busy day today. A few disciplinary matters as well to take into account there at the end with MIT.
This is what happens. It was good. It actually got quite exciting there towards the end. We had some good performances today, and they're starting to push a little bit more, and we exceeded track limits, and that's what we like to see. It was very cool, and we see some new technology kind of coming to the front, and that's the whole point of why we do Roborace is to give teams a place to experiment and try new things, and with the hope that someday that'll make it into your road car. It's all about road relevance, and this is kind of where those things get born.
It's nice to see the teams getting competitive as well, though, Chip, isn't it? Especially at the top now. We kind of all kept speaking up that a rival were a team to beat, and then you've seen SIT come back from that crash in the first round to win yesterday and then take it to a rival again today. That makes things really exciting, and I'm sure we'll draw even more fans in to watch this championship.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, at the end there, you know, I think if MIT had a little bit more testing, they'd be right there too. So it'll be very interesting to see how they're able to develop this new technology. We're hoping to give all the teams some more testing before the next rounds, and you know, hopefully they can make some really big advances with that technology, and we can have, you know, a 3-way and then, you know, hopefully a 4-way fight. I would never count ARG out. I'm sure they'll go back, they'll do their homework, and they'll be up to speed as well.
Chip, were you surprised by the performance level from MIT? I mean, we knew what to expect really from Arrival and from SIT, but the steps forward that MIT have made in such a short space of time have been really impressive, haven't they?
It has. It's been massive, and you know, I mean, they're our newest team. I mean, they joined just a few short months ago, and you know, and you can see that you know, hard work and good thinking pays off. We have separate channels for each of the teams, and you know, the MIT one is usually the busiest channel, and you know, they're trying to squeeze everything out of Roborace from a knowledge standpoint. And can we try this? Can we do that? And it's paying off, and that's good to see. I love when hard work like that pays off and good preparation. So good to see.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see plenty from those guys in the near future. But for today, at least, once again, it's Acronis SIT who are going to be celebrating, I think, tonight. Hopefully, we'll see a really happy and smiling Ilya now, because Ilya was a little bit reserved after the victory in round 3 yesterday, but I guess you had a job to do as well today, Ilya. Can you relax now?
Yeah, sure, of course we can relax now. So we are quite happy to see such result and such competitive result during this day. And actually it was impressive to see how Arrival performed and how MIT team performed at the end of the day. And yeah, I think the big competition has been started.
Yeah, and when you look at, I guess, you know, how everyone did perform, and in terms of the metaverse, because that's, I guess, it was all about the metaverse, wasn't it, this time out? And compared to the other teams that actually got on the table, you actually collected the least amount of collectibles, but it was the speed in the end, wasn't it, that you had at your advantage?
Yeah, I think right now the speed was our advantage, but actually I think during our run we had not such good condition as other teams. I mean, it was better compared to MIT at least, and I think we can show higher result with better track condition. So yeah, and also we are noticed that our performance with Metaverse not very. There is a way to improve our performance with Metaverse, so that's the way and the area where we'll think how to collect more obstacles, or more loots, more objects, and how to avoid obstacles better.
Well, you already collected, well, not physically, not yet at least, the trophy for round 3, but Chip, I don't know if you've got a second trophy or if it's the same one, but we'll let you do the honors.
You'll never know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. We won't ask you to show both at the same time.
And Chip, Ilya was just saying there, it was the track conditions. Are you going to send us anywhere exotic in the near future? Come on, we're in the UK now for 3 rounds. What have you got up your sleeve?
I hear the UK is really nice in January and February. We thought we'd stay.
As a winter destination, you like the grey weather.
We'll be making some announcements soon, and we will be going to warmer locations for our next rounds. And I think we're looking forward to a change of venue for sure.
Well, we're all really looking forward to hearing news on that. Chip, thanks once again for joining us and for all of your efforts and your team as well to put on such a fantastic show. And congratulations once again from all of us guys and from everybody at Roborace to Ilya and to all of your team at SIT. Well done, Ilya. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
So that's it for round 4 of Roborace Season Beta, and this is how it looks in the championship. A double victory at Bedford Autodrome for Acronis SIT Autonomous means they are now level on points at the top of the standings, For Arrival Racing, who took second place points today, there were second place points yesterday for ARG, who now move up to third overall. Appearance points for Pisa and for MIT, not so for Carnegie Mellon University, who will come back fighting, no doubt, at rounds 5 and 6. So it's been an incident-packed couple of days on track down at the Bedford Autodrome. Rach and Andy, what have your highlights been?
I'm going to stick with what I said yesterday. SIT, for me, are the team that are doing great things after what happened to them in round 1 at Thruxton. For them to win back-to-back now in rounds 3 and 4, even where Arrival had sort out all their problems, they still managed to top the table. So I'm going to say, for me, they were super impressive over the course of these 2 rounds. And yeah, I'm sticking with them to go on to do great things.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Rach. I think I've been really impressed with how they've done, not just today, but yesterday. They've swept the week. What's really fascinating me, though, is we've seen now there are multiple different ways of going about this, haven't we? At Thruxton last time, Arrival managed to win by being the quickest, but they didn't score that well out of the metaverse, whereas here we've seen SIT do it the other way. They haven't been setting the fastest times. No. Other way around, excuse me. They've been scoring well out of the metaverse despite being slow, and that was a winning strategy. Whereas at Thruxton, other way around, Arrival Racing were able to use a different strategy. So multiple different ways of winning in Roborace, and it'll be interesting to see going forwards which teams maybe focus on the metaverse angle and which teams maybe just decide to go for outright speed.
Coming from rounds 1 and 2 at Thruxton to Bedford as well, guys, I think, just as we look back on the 2020 season so far, next time we race, of course, it's going to be in 2021. So it's that time of year when we reflect, isn't it? It's been a tough year. It's been a really tough year. But what's really impressed me, the way that Roborace has shown that it's been able to adapt to the current climate, to the challenges that we're all facing now, and produced a great spectacle. And I think it's fair to say that, don't you, Rich? Both at Thruxton and at Bedford as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but the teams and their development. We've said it a couple of times, haven't we? But, it doesn't take them any longer than 24 hours to rectify all the problems they've had and come back and absolutely smash whatever obstacles we literally put in their way. Or they come up with a new algorithm, they write lines of code. These guys are another level of what they're achieving here. And I can't wait to see what 2021 brings our way. And especially after what we saw today with MIT Driverless, then for me, they're the team to watch going in to the new 2021 season.
100%.
Yeah, we've got some competition now, haven't we, guys? This is what we wanted. We were all completely wrong in saying that Arrival were going to dominate the whole season. We've already seen SIT come up and challenge them. MIT are hot on their heels. ARG, I think they showed some real potential today as well. So, moving forward, they've got another month or so now to continue to work, to continue to get quicker, work on those algorithms. They'll spend their winter break, I'm sure, doing nothing but work on this sort of stuff. It's maybe not how I would choose to spend my winter break, but I'm sure they're going to enjoy it because they know that if they work hard, they'll get the results.
And Matt, our team has increased as well. We have Soph and Kylie, amazing new additions, giving us even more expert analysis on what's going on. So I hope the Twitch audience has enjoyed having them on board as well.
I'm sure they have. I think we've all enjoyed that. And personally, I've really enjoyed your company. So big thanks to you guys. And as you said, to Soph and to Kylie and to the whole Roborace team. It's been a wonderful start to this season beta championship. And we can't wait to see what happens in 2021. For now, we'll leave you with highlights of today's action. And we'll look forward to seeing you again in January when Chip has promised us, and we're going to hold him to this, that we're going to be going racing somewhere warm. In the meantime, we wish you all happy holidays wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you again soon. Bye for now.